Bills preseason game tomorrow, preseason game number 1 at Highmark Stadium, 1 o'clock kickoff against the New York Giants. We'll have pregame and the game here on WGR. Game is also being televised on NFL Network. Josh Allen will not play. The rest of the starters will play roughly a quarter, according to head coach Sean McDermott. Brian Dable for the Giants would not give almost anything on what the Giants' plan is, other than he did say Jackson Dart will play tomorrow. James Cook not present at practice yesterday, despite Sean McDermott implying that he could be on the field, said he expected Cook to practice yesterday. Cook was not present. Sal's got all the details at WGR550.com. A lot of preseason action in the NFL. Yesterday, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase playing for the Bengals. They hooked up on a long touchdown. Burrow was 9 of 10 passing. Anthony Richardson for the Colts left the game, dislocated a finger, taking a hit, but he isn't expected to miss much time. And in training camp practices yesterday for the Rams, Sean McVay said that they do expect Matthew Stafford to be ready by week 1, and they are not worried about his current status. Also, though, at Rams practice, defensive end Jared Verse injured his knee after banging his leg against another teammate. McVay said that he hopes Verse ends up being okay. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy Friday? Yeah.
You're questioning that?
A little bit. Happy Friday.
You're the Friday part or the happy part?
The Friday part.
Okay.
We're back in studio.
You've got your clock.
I do have my day of the week clock.
I haven't had it more confident,
but I haven't had it for weeks at training camp.
Also, it doesn't feel like a Friday, right?
I don't know.
For me, it doesn't because of camp.
That's right.
Like yesterday being the final day of camp felt like, well, it's also Friday. It's the final day of the week. It is not the final. It's like, there's another show tomorrow, and then a preseason game on Saturday. So
yeah. So
that's why it doesn't feel like a Friday to me.
Busy time. It's also maybe not happy because maybe this is the annual show every year where we say, should we get rid of the preseason? Really? Should we get rid of it?
We can't get rid of it because I think the radio industry as a whole, I mean, listen, they've lost the should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame as a topic. Should they pay college athletes?
Yeah, it's gone.
Like the longtime staples of sports radio are getting picked off here. We can't lose.
Pay college players.
Right. We can't lose should we get rid of the preseason.
Playoff. I'm trying to think what they work. Pay college players.
Yeah, what's like the Mount Rushmore of sports radio topics is Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, paying college athletes, the NFL preseason, and fixing all-star games.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Every year, you're going to have those 4.
Yeah, that's probably right.
So if you take the preseason from me, leave it, right? I mean, people watch it. I saw a thing yesterday at the Hall. This every year. This is another every year thing. The ratings at the preseason games. The Hall of Fame game did better ratings than every Stanley Cup final game except for 2, and every NBA final game this season that wasn't a finals game.
Yeah, I'm not saying because it's bad football. I'm saying because of the roll of the dice that is, see if you get through without any injuries. Yeah. Because Richardson, I guess he's not going to miss that much time. It's a dislocated pinky on a play where he got lit up. And meanwhile, Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow lit up the Eagles.
Yeah.
But I saw, is it 2 guys whose season ended last night because of ACL injuries? One guy on the Ravens. Like, I didn't get all the way through what happened in the Seahawks-Raiders tie.
Yeah, it was a tie.
They tied.
No, I only saw that Geno Smith got a nice ovation from the Seahawks crowd.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Last night made me nervous because while we treat Josh the certain way that he should be treated, which is don't play at all, maybe don't play at all, maybe get a couple of snaps. Here's Rashawn Slater. It didn't happen in a preseason game, but the Chargers left tackle the year.
Yeah.
Woof.
Brutal.
Yeah. It's tough. So you are in the time of year where I know you can get hurt during the regular season, but at least those games are meaningful. And if you get hurt when you're playing games that are meaningful, that's just going to be unfortunate. When you get hurt during this stuff, it feels unfortunate and unnecessary. I know the Ravens guy they lost is a 6th-round corner.
Yeah,
but
right.
And
right.
I learned last night watching the game that the Ravens had 5 6th-round picks.
Yes, last year. Yep.
5 6th-round picks. One of them out for the year. So ask one of the other 4 guys to play corner, I guess. But it's hard not to get nervous about it all because I started to say, we think about Josh in this way. Hey, Josh not playing. Okay, great. All right, everybody else is going to play a little bit. There are 15 players where if they were out for the year, it would feel like a real big blow. I mean, I don't have to list them because I don't want to exactly tell you who, if they did get hurt, it would be okay.
Right.
But, this is not a team of there are 4 superstars that can't get hurt and a lot of other replaceable pieces. The build of this team is a little bit like 1/11th, right? On both sides of the ball and play together. And if your weakest link is your weakest link, like how have they lost the last couple of years? It's a couple linebackers are out, and they don't have guys to make up for that. And last year, it's Benford goes down. He's one of your stars. But still, I don't know. I'm probably rambling about it all, but I'm just thinking about, man, just get healthy. Shakir got a high ankle sprain at the blue and red.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can avoid it, but whatever. We didn't have a preseason in the COVID year, and the season went off, and it was fine. And people might have said it was bad football at the beginning. They say that every year. So, enter my nerves for tomorrow. I'm now nervous.
Well, I think they are a team that, like you said, like I feel like they are capable of overcoming any singular injury. But it's the volume of them. It would be like the linebackers a couple of years ago, the corners. Like if you get 2 or 3 at one position group, then that can sink you. But one guy, I think almost anybody on this team, not to say anybody getting injured is okay, kind of like the Chargers yesterday. They lose Rashawn Slater. That's a huge loss for them. They're going to move Joe Alt, the left tackle.
It's huge.
Yeah. But can they overcome that? If it's just that one and the other offensive linemen stay healthy over the course of the year, like I could believe that. But if you told me now that Slater's hurt and I get another injury to a lineman and then another injury to a lineman with the Chargers, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I could sink them. That Herbert's going to be running for his life at that point. But one guy, maybe you can overcome that. The problem for the Bills might be that there are a lot of guys hurt right now. But, luckily, the Shakir injury, the Hairston injury, these guys are expected back by week 1. I think Shakir, that's more so true of. So, yeah, it's mostly an exercise for me in let's see what the depth guys look like, the guys that are fighting for roster battles. It's kind of the XFL, isn't it? Or the UFL, I should say. Like tomorrow is the UFL with NFL uniforms on.
Yeah.
Like these are guys that are not impact players in the NFL. It should be more for them. It should be, what's summer league in the NBA? Those aren't guys, those are rookies.
But there
are
some
depth guys.
Some guys do play, right?
Yeah, but they're the rookie guys, right? Like it's Cooper Flagg who went number 1 overall.
Right.
So, yeah, you put your top rookies in, but your good veterans, they don't play in that thing. And that to me is kind of the way I think coaches should treat the NFL preseason more and kind of have been, which is this isn't for my 30-year-old stud who's been doing this for 8 years. This is for all my guys battling for roster spots and my rookies that are getting adjusted to the NFL. Like that should be who it's for and only who it's for.
That said, Dawkins plays.
That they're going to play all of them except for Josh, right?
Right, pretty much.
A little bit.
Right, Dawkins plays, Knox, Kincaid, Palmer. They're all on the offensive side, they're all playing. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters, what about, like, Terrell Bernard has been missing time.
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters or most of the starters?
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly, and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing, I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all,
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
Ooh, what is the best thing?
The good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual on Monday. Like even if it's Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically.
Right.
If it goes well.
But it is fake. And
sure.
It's fake. None of it actually.
They're not running their plays, and no, it's right.
I mean, we don't even get the spot where you go to a game because it's Kids Day and they get to see Josh Allen throw passes. Like, the Bills aren't going to do that this year. So
what if Josh walks around the crowd and he just with a football and he throws passes back and forth?
It wouldn't shock me at all if he did do that. Like, he should. He probably will. He probably plans to do that, right? All right.
Like in the stands? I mean in the stands.
Oh, well.
Go around the stands like how Billy Buffalo does. Josh and Billy Buffalo just walking around the stands, shaking hands, kissing babies, throwing balls.
He's going to want to stay on the field where he can get some level of protection and space, personal space.
He's got Billy Buffalo.
Yeah,
protection.
Right. As his muscle?
Yeah.
Yeah, stay away from Josh or else the Buffalo. We'll let the Buffalo
by the mascot.
Let the Buffalo loose. Anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us. We'll talk with Chris Brown coming up at 8 o'clock this morning, and Joe Goodberry, who covers the Bengals, at 7:30 to talk about their preseason. Again, like, the Bengals here are trying to prove a point. That last night was not nothing. And I saw Brett Coleman point out something that, he's kind of similarly minded to most people, which is, nothing that happens in the preseason means that much. However, maybe you get small indicators. And here are a couple indicators. Burrow and Chase, amazing and unstoppable. Not surprising.
Mm-hmm.
Also happened in that game last night, the Eagles' second team moving it at will against the Bengals' defense. Which, does that have to mean anything? Not necessarily, but Cincinnati's defense was a mess last year. They're trying to fix it. And if they can get to respectable, then they'll be a contender. But we'll see what Joe Goodberry has to say about that at 7:30, because Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in like a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
They might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. The listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card. X factors. Uncertain, potential stock risers, potential party crashers. How's that?
Potential party crashers.
Yeah, the party crashers. That's the Bengals, the Broncos, the Chargers. Am I out?
Some would say, I would not say, but some would say the Steelers.
All right,
probably for
fine.
that.
If I gave it to you, that's fine.
The Patriots,
like the Patriots, sure. Throw them in the bucket. The second bucket of teams that's, to varying degrees, who's going to be the next team that rises into the group fighting for the AFC? And man, the Chargers took a big hit on that yesterday with Rashawn Slater. Like that's just huge. It's massive. And the Bengals are out here trying to start fast. The Bengals are a team that always plays terribly at the start of the season. Zach Taylor's record in September is abysmal. Joe Burrow's record in December is unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're always fighting from behind to try and make it in. Last year they missed by a game.
Right.
It's all whatever. We're getting there.
Would you take them winning the division?
The Bengals?
Is it good or bad if they win the division?
It's bad.
Because they win the division, you might say, oh, that's good because Baltimore is now going on the road in the postseason. So good luck with that, Ravens. But the downside is the Bengals are back, if that's the case, right? And is that the part why I'm saying no? Because the Bengals would be back?
Yes, we had this conversation about the Chargers.
Pretty much, yeah, similar. Right.
And what was your poll? Like, what would be better?
It was like 50-50.
The Chargers get legitimately good and challenge the Chiefs, or status quo, the Chiefs can have their division, but you don't have an additional good team in the AFC.
Right.
And it feels like the same conversation with the Ravens here, and my answer is the same. Like, you know what? If there's only 3 good teams, that would be ideal. It doesn't feel like that can last that long, though.
Yeah. There's something about the idea, though. Like, even if I paired them together? Let me tell you what's going to happen this season. Denver and the Bengals are going to win their divisions. How do you feel?
Terrible.
Terrible because I'm going to feel like, ooh, man, the Bills. It is set up for them. You're telling me their two biggest, the two best teams next to them in the AFC are going on the road to start the playoffs?
Yeah, I feel terrible because if that happens, I think the likeliest scenario is that an NFL power ranking has 8 of the 10 best teams in the AFC.
Well, I mean,
all of a sudden
already the case.
Maybe, but all of a sudden, right? Denver last year was a tough wild card team. They were a good team.
Yeah.
In the years before, the Bills had played Skylar Thompson Dolphins and Mason Rudolph Steelers. And
old man Phillip Rivers.
Yeah,
the
like
Colts.
you had played wild card caliber teams, and I thought last year Denver was a legitimately great defense.
Put it this way: the Bills played 3 or even 4 Mac Jones. No, Mac Jones. 3 quarterbacks in the wild card round that did not start week 1 of the next season.
No, is Bo Nix the first?
Well, I think Mac Jones. Mac Jones had 1 more year.
Okay,
because he had a bad year in there somewhere, and
right.
There was only 2 years. So
I don't think I want more good teams in the AFC. It already feels like it's a gauntlet with just the big 3. And
do they have to be great though? Do they have to be like I'm afraid of them?
Okay.
Good. Maybe the Bengals is different for that than whoever would win the AFC West because the Bengals have beaten the Bills,
right?
And the Bills have never both times. Bills have not beaten the Bengals at all. Have not even really looked good against the Bengals. I mean, they've lost the Chiefs. At least they've looked good at times against the Chiefs. They've not looked good at all. But it's only 2 games. 2 games and a quarter.
There might be a little bit of an example of this, and it's probably cherry picking, but I'll do it anyway, which is 2 years ago, the Lions were the 1 seed and lost at San Francisco. Sorry, they weren't the 1 seed. They went to San Francisco and lost in the NFC Championship game. The next year, a new team in the NFC East showed up and took a piece out of the Eagles and made their road a little tougher. And then that team smacked the Lions.
Yeah, smoked them.
Right. What would be better if the Commanders were just bad? The Lions might have had an easier way to get to that final game. Like the Lions last year had the path we hope the Bills get. And imagine that fate. That fate feels tough. You finally get there, 1 seed. The NFC runs through Detroit. Game 1, thump.
Yeah.
Out. That happened to Baltimore.
To a rookie quarterback.
That happened, right, exactly, to Jaden Daniels. That's happened to Baltimore. That's happened to Green Bay, I think. Like the 1 seed losing in the first game after the bye is, that's the gut punch of gut punches. And, it might even be not quite on the level of one of the Bills' losses that people get mad about, like a certain number of seconds.
Yeah.
But the amount of disappointment to say it's all set up for you. People think the 1 seed set up for the Bills. If they get it and then just had a bad day, then that's tough. And I think the most likely scenario where that does happen is if the wild card team or the 4 team coming in is like the Chiefs or the Ravens because the Bengals and the Broncos won the division. That sounds tougher to me.
That would not be fun.
All this on the preseason. I guess it is good. We watched fake games, and I'm over here talking about like the AFC Championship scenarios. But it's good to see.
That's
good to see football back.
That's the life we live now, though, right? Like that is the whole year is what does this mean to blank that little bracket tournament in January. That's it. Everything is towards that, and I think there's just the 1 seed part of it hasn't happened yet, and I'm like not quite desperate to see what it looks like. But so you mentioned how like the Lions lost last year as the 1 seed. I think it's the previous 3 NFC 1 seeds went to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Niners,
Eagles, and maybe I skipped a year because the Rams were not the 1 seed. Rams were the 4 seed actually when they went. Actually, that is a year where the 1 seed lost in the NFC. Green Bay they had to play the Niners, who were a 6. And you're right, like that wouldn't be great. Kansas City comes in around 2 because they're a 5 seed because their division was loaded. Sure, that wouldn't be great. But
you could also flip it around and say, what if that happened in the Bills and the Patriots just won the division? The Bills as the 5 seed, wouldn't you be thinking like, whatever, doesn't matter. Like this is what matters. Who cares about that? I love that the Bills are being doubted, but you take Josh Allen against anybody on the road anywhere. Who cares? You name it.
Maybe. If they're on the road,
they haven't won a road playoff.
Vibes are going to be different than if they had been on the road last year because nobody's expecting that.
No, that's right.
My first question, if I told you right now they're going to be on the road to start the playoffs, is what the heck happened?
What happened?
What was there injury? Like what were the injuries?
And then they're in the playoffs and they have a chance, and people are just waiting to get even madder about whatever happened.
Right.
Stupid preseason. There was a tie. There was
a tie, which is good. That's good. We don't want overtime.
Yeah, sure. The big conversation is going to be about Anthony Richardson today, who, if you watch that injury, there's a couple. You're going to watch. Twitter is awash with film guru guys, pointing out, and they're not wrong, and I'm not mocking this. It's just everybody's pointing out like this is basic football, and Richardson missed something. You either got a slide protection, read the hot, blah, blah, blah. You get a couple different interpretations of what could have and should have happened.
Yeah.
But basically that Richardson got blown up because he's not ready. Like that should not have happened to him. And
the free rusher coming in on him?
Yeah, should not have happened.
Okay.
Yep, should not have happened.
Because what, he should have checked it?
Well, there's a couple different things. You could slide protection. Jerry Ostrowski was texting me and Joe Marino last night about this. They're both about this. And, the idea is like, how do you not know? He should know that guy's unblocked. That's the point. The alignment comes up. You know what your offensive line is supposed, how you're going to read that. You know that player is unblocked. And he snaps the ball and looks the other way the entire time. Any quarterback in that spot should have known that player was coming unblocked. And he didn't. And that's a problem. Like that's a sign that you don't have enough reps. You're not whatever.
Between the years, right?
Sure, right. You're not ready. Mentally, you're not processing the game the way that you need to be at the NFL level, or even really, honestly, a lower level for that.
Right, because he's got no
awareness.
No, he has no idea this guy is coming.
It's one thing if he's going to say, I see him unblocked, watch my running back leak out behind him, and then pass it. He doesn't. He doesn't even look. It's why he gets
drilled,
crunched.
Yeah.
He doesn't look. It's an unblocked player, and he doesn't know. And that's not on the offensive line. So,
is it on the running back?
No. I mean, maybe everybody else on the field knew that player was coming unblocked and thought, like, okay, he's going to throw to the hot.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Right. The running back looks before he gets to the line of scrimmage. So, that's what I mean. Is it possible that the running back was supposed to block and he didn't? But I'm not sure. That's a leap. It's on one of the two. I would say that.
Yep.
Because if the running back stays in there and chips him or blocks him, Richardson's got time. But he ran the route immediately. That almost kind of implies that he either, again, didn't get the thing wrong or didn't get the thing right, or his quarterback didn't tell him that you need to stay in a block. Either way.
803-0550. We'll play a Josh Allen's comment on James Cook, which I think should not be dismissed. Allen on Cook yesterday to wrap camp. His thought on it, how he says they feel about it. I do not think you should take it lightly because I think it does matter what Allen thinks. He says he's not making decisions. That's right. But what he thinks and what he says matters. And I thought he had a really strong message yesterday. We'll play that for you when we return. Get your phone calls. Bengals check-in at 7:30. 8 o'clock, it'll be Chris Brown ahead of Bills-Giants, preseason game number 1 on the way tomorrow here on WGR. Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in like a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
they might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. You know, the listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card. X factors. Uncertain, potential stock risers, potential party crashers. How's that?
Potential party crashers.
Yeah, the party crashers. That's the Bengals, the Broncos, the Chargers. Am I out?
Some would say, I would not say, but some would say the Steelers.
All right,
probably for
fine.
that.
If I gave it to you, that's fine.
The Patriots,
like the Patriots, sure. Throw them in the bucket. The second bucket of teams that's, to varying degrees, who's going to be the next team that rises into the group fighting for the AFC? And man, the Chargers took a big hit on that yesterday with Rashawn Slater. Like that's just huge. It's massive. And the Bengals are out here trying to start fast. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters. What about, like, Terrell Bernard has been missing time?
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters? Or most of the starters.
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly, and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing, I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all...
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
What is the best thing?
The good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual on Monday. Like even if it's Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch. How are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks. Right. This is just meant to make you feel good, basically. Bills-Giants in the preseason tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Josh Allen will not play. Rest of the starters expected to play roughly a quarter. Nothing really from the Giants other than Brian Dable said that Jackson Dart, first-round rookie quarterback, will play tomorrow. Anthony Richardson dislocated a finger, taking a hit last night in the preseason. He is not expected, though, to miss much time. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase both played for the Bengals. Burrow went 9 of 10 passing. The two connected on a long touchdown. Jared Verse, defensive end for the Rams, injured his knee in a practice. Sean McVay says he hopes that Verse ends up being okay. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, there is this huge business piece to this game. It's the hardest part. A lot of people don't understand it. You know, he's holding out, he's holding in, whatever he's doing, and people want to. But hey, it's generational stuff. It's wealth for you and your family. It's not a small chunk of change, and making sure that he's healthy and still going through the mental reps, and he's still doing that. He's a pro, and he knows what he's doing.
Josh Allen on James Cook. There's more to that. But as he says, generational stuff. Like Allen's, he says a lot of people don't understand it. He's taken up for his guy. And then says they want him out there really badly, too. Taken up for his guy. I guess. His guy. Maybe, I don't know how far I want to go with his guy, but his teammate. Right?
Yeah.
Taken up for Cook.
I saw a quote from Muhammad Ali yesterday, which was someone was criticizing him for taking the money on a fight. He said, well, the Rockefellers have money, and they're still trying to get it. Like, whatever.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He had a lot of good quotes. He did.
That's my new algorithm.
Yeah?
It's just Ali quotes. Ali quotes. Which I've been enjoying.
All right.
It's one of my favorite algorithms.
Here's the rest of Allen.
It's no doubt that we all want him out there with us. I've got no say in what goes on behind closed doors, and I'm a big advocate of everybody getting theirs and getting paid. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and that's kind of where it's at.
As he says, everybody getting theirs. There's a little bit of a, what am I going to say here, right? Everybody eats. What about the contract table? Boo. Mm-hmm. Then again, maybe Cook is, in the eyes of some, trying to get a little too much of a helping. He should, take what's right.
Only if, and this is, I don't think how players think or would feel about it. You would think, hey, I took a hometown discount, if you will, if they would feel that they did,
even if they did,
to bypass the potential to go make more money elsewhere. How come you're not doing that?
Well, they got security. The guys that signed got security. They took a deal. Do you want $30 million today, or do you want to take your chances and watch all these guys blow out their ACLs in the preseason and go through 17 more games in a postseason of that, and then see if instead of 30, you can get 40?
Well, isn't that what Cook's doing?
Maybe. Depends on what the offer from the Bills is. That's the only thing we kind of.
But we would believe there's an offer that would present him with security, right?
Yes, the question is it the appropriate amount? Because I just gave you 30 versus 40. If their security is 14 guaranteed versus the open market might give him 32 guaranteed.
Like, is his equivalent of Benford's $17 million, $10 million?
Yeah.
Because Benford is, I think, a top-level corner in the league, and he's making, what is he making? $10 million a year less than the top guy? Well, I don't know what Surtain's making these days. Is he like around $27, $28 million probably per year? And he would be getting, I guess, though, when you start getting into a lower number, him getting like 10 or 11 actually would be less compared to the top running back, because that's half the top running back versus, I don't know what Benford makes compared to like the top corner in the league.
Surtain makes less than 25. It's about $24 million a year.
Okay, so maybe that's not a good comparison because Benford actually at $17 million a year would be closer to the highest paid corner than Cook would be to the highest paid running back.
Cook would be
is
he'd be like halfway. The highest paid running back. Can I tell you something very funny?
I wonder if that's something that he and his agent have done. Like, hey, this is how close Rousseau was to the top guy at his position. This is how close Benford was to the top guy at his position. How close Bernard was. That's what we want. Yeah. All those guys are 80% of the way to the top player at their position, and you're telling us that you're offering us something that's only 60% of the way to the top player at our position.
Well,
like I wonder if that, because that's not positional. That's a different way of doing it. I've never heard of a team or a player doing it that way, but it feels like something you could do when your team has handed out a bunch of extensions in one offseason.
Yeah, your agent, you and your agent can kind of argue whatever you want. And, as you lay that out, it's about 75% of the way to the top money among running backs, $15 million. Like, is that
right?
Is that number that maybe came out of thin air? You just
maybe it was well thought out.
One quick note, kind of funny on Patrick Surtain's contract. So I Googled Patrick Surtain signs, and I found out he's an Aries. So there you go. Google returned his sign.
Would that?
I thought AI was supposed to be getting better with this. I just wanted to know his contract, and right away it pops up, Aries.
Man, you got to be a fan if you know like the signs of your favorite players. I'm sure there's a Bills fan out there, right, that would know every one of the players' signs.
No, here's it. If you know a player shares your birthday or is close,
then you'll know.
Their sign.
That's right.
Like I know Carlos Delgado's sign. He's a Cancer because I am.
Okay.
Anyway, Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, I appreciate you taking my call. I know everybody's talking about the James Cook thing. I apologize to talk about it, but I know.
No, it's great. I mean, we're into it.
Now, is it physically possible to even take on a contract for what he's asking for? Not even the 15, but even the 11. Last time I looked online, we don't have any. We're over the cap right now. So, I mean, do we have to make some sort of a move to get to cap? And then how would we even factor in getting him a contract if we don't have the money?
Well,
so it's not possible.
No, it's very possible. In fact, if the Bills did it would help their cap. When you sign a contract, you can drop a player's cap hit. The Bills did this with Shakir. Shakir's new contract dropped his number. And Cook's number is about $5 million this year. They signed him to an $11 million extension. His cap hit could drop to $2 million. And they would create room to do it. Rousseau, same thing. It's one of the reasons that when we've talked about this group of guys that they re-signed, that's Bernard, Rousseau, Benford, Shakir, and then Cook was the fifth. Some of those guys didn't have franchise tag leverage because the Bills would never have franchise tagged them. And Cook, I think, is in that department of not having that leverage. The Bills, under no circumstances next year, I don't think, would franchise tag him. They might say they might, but franchise tag means there's no moving around of the cap. The $13 million franchise tag would mean a $13 million cap hit. Whereas if you just signed him to a $13 million extension today, you could toss a void year or two on it and drop the number. I don't exactly know how void years work. Mm-hmm. When Brandon Beane said, like, there are people out there doing the cap and it's not exactly like that, I thought that's me. I kind of don't always understand it. I trust some people. But the point is, if they sign Cook, his number could drop. It could do the Bills a favor to get under the cap if, in fact, they still have to make a move. Who's on the final 53 matters for that. They could save $1 million by making but making a quarterback decision to go for Mike White instead of Trubisky. Save $1 million there. If they were to, I don't know, could I don't want to say like Curtis Samuel get traded, save $9 million there. It's almost impossible. He missed the entirety of camp. But yeah, Cook, in terms of signing him on this year's cap, would help more than likely, and on future caps, it'd be some space. But it is one of the lower paid positions. Yeah, it's one of the reasons that not to call back a long-held conversation and talking point and, over and over again about the train behind me. But the Bills have drafted running backs, which is a cheap position. And they have not in my opinion, drafted enough of a very expensive position of wide receiver. Like quarterback's expensive, defensive end's expensive. They draft a lot of defensive ends. That's one of the reasons. And every time they draft a running back, I think you're not going to save that much money. They don't make that much.
No.
So, to answer your question, Mike, yes, they could absolutely fit him on the cap this year. In fact, it would more than likely help if they came to an extension.
So I just did some quick math on what the 4 guys that signed this offseason make compared to the top guys at the position.
Okay.
Like what percentage of Rousseau, Benford, Bernard, and Shakir, what they got is the top money in the league?
It's a good question. And then I want to follow up each one with asking what percentage of the production / impact are they compared to the top guy at the position. All right.
I'll start with the lowest percentage. So Khalil Shakir makes 32% of what's the way to word this? He's 32% of the way to the highest paid receiver in the league.
AAV?
His AAV. All this is just the AAV.
Gotcha. Yeah. So he makes like 13 and the high is 30.
Is 40.
Okay, 40 for Chase?
For Chase.
Yeah. Okay.
So 32%.
That to me seems about right. Does it not?
Yeah.
Like you're a slot receiver versus the best overall receiver in football, one of the top 2. Like, all right, 33% of that sounds about right.
Right. Terrell Bernard, 50% of the way there to the highest paid linebacker in football.
Okay.
Christian Benford, 57.1%.
Okay. That feels like a little more of a bargain.
Greg Rousseau, by the way, like same number, 56.1.
Okay.
They're like the same.
Gotcha. Now, Greg Rousseau had 8 sacks last year, and the best guys, Myles Garrett, got 40.
Yep.
Like, is Greg Rousseau 57% of the player Myles Garrett is? Might be about 60.
Yeah.
That's
probably about fair, right? But the highest number there is what? 57%.
57%.
57% of Barkley's money
like
is
11 million.
11.9.
Yeah. Right.
But could Cook stand on thinking I am closer to the peak of my position than any? Like the agent would say this, but
yep.
I'm closer to the peak of my position than any of those 4 guys. Those 4 guys are.
He could, and I don't know how right he would be. How many of those is he definitely closer to the top guy than the other guy is?
Definitely Shakir.
I think arguably Shakir, but probably yes, Shakir. I feel like somebody might want to push back on that, but not closer to the top running back than what? I don't know.
I think Benford has a leg to stand on that he's closer to the best at his position in the league than Cook is.
And then nobody else?
Yeah, that would be the one I would look at. Yeah.
We found another way to talk about this,
Yeah.
Like, there should be an award. You should be recognized.
Well, I mean,
for this.
he's not settling for if you think it's Shakir, and this is a way to do it, then what's 32% of Barkley's money? That's $6 million.
Yeah.
And there's 0% chance. Could that be what the Bills are offering? Is it impossible that's their offer? $6 million. Could they be?
It's not possible.
Because that would be so far apart that it would be reported that way.
Yes. That's not. That's. I shouldn't say that's not possible, but that would be
stunning.
That would be what the Bengals offer Hendrickson. Like, here's a $1 million raise. Like, that would be. You would think he would be more upset, but he'd demand a trade. If the offer was 6, he'd demand a trade.
Yeah. $6 million is like what Devin Singletary makes with the Giants.
All right.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Devin Singletary's
joke.
Devin Singletary's out here getting 6.
Yeah.
And the Bills pay James Cook 5.
Right.
803-0550 to join us.
That's a bad contract for the Giants.
Joe Goodberry at 7:30 on the Bengals, who just played last night. Bills and Giants coming up tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And we'll talk with Chris Brown to recap camp and preview tomorrow's game. Who's got the most to gain? All that good stuff. Preseason time, baby. It is preseason time. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in like a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
they might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. The the listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card X factors.
round in a tie in Seattle. As big number 5'6" gets up and Jalen Gaines blocks that kick. And this game, Mike Robb, is going to end much to Pete Carroll's chagrin in a tie.
A tie between the Seahawks and the Raiders. Ooh, Jalen Milroe. We got any good highlights here?
He had one. This is going to be the play I saw, where he sprinted up the sideline, showed some good speed. It'd be fun if he got in this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, something's gone wrong for Sam Darnold if that's happened, but
that's right.
Which, how is that going to go? That might be the team I've thought the least about all offseason.
Seattle?
Yeah. I don't think there's a team in the National Football League I've thought less about this summer than Seattle. What are they going to be? They're going to be 7 wins? They're nothing exciting, right? They're not going to be the worst team in the league. They're not going to be great.
Well, when Torrey Horton leads them to the promised land.
Oh, that's why, yeah. I mean, no Metcalf or Lockett. Although they added Kupp, which is pretty good, I guess.
Yeah. Torrey Horton.
I did read
5th round. That's right.
I did read a review that Jackson Smith and Jigba is going to play a ton on the outside this year.
Okay.
And he's been more in the slot in recent years, but he's also been great when he's played outside. So I feel like they have a belief that he can do that because Kupp's going to play in the slot.
I just have to check where Torrey Horton went in that 5th round. 30th. Okay.
Colorado State for Torrey Horton?
Torrey Horton went 6 picks before Jordan Hancock.
Okay.
Sorry, 4 picks. 4 picks.
This player is only coming up because Jeremy has him in Dynasty.
I have him in Dynasty because I drafted him because I liked him because he's a wide receiver. That's how that works. I like them.
So you just draft all wide receivers then?
I kind of did in that league, yeah. And Horton is one of them.
So how come you didn't take my offer of Terry McLaurin the other day? You love wide receivers. I offered you Terry McLaurin in a deal where you didn't have to give me a wide receiver back. And he said no.
You were trying to get Trey McBride?
Semantics.
I'm not eager to do that. I got to get some drafts on the board.
Now's the time.
I know.
When's guillotine?
I don't know. Good question.
It's your league.
I usually load my drafts the 4 days before the season starts. Really. I think I have a draft Thursday the night it opens, Wednesday the night before, Tuesday the night before that.
This is your league, though. Don't you want everybody to know when it's going to be?
Which one? The Guillotine League?
Yeah.
I think I scheduled it for Wednesday the 3rd.
Okay. Gotcha. Of September.
Yes.
So right before the
season.
Because that's the day before, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay.
Before who starts?
Eagles and Giants.
Thank you.
No. Eagles and Cowboys.
Eagles and Cowboys.
Sorry.
And then
we are not getting the Giants.
And then the next night, of course, is Chiefs Chargers.
In Brazil. I forgot about that.
In Brazil. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, the starters, what about, Terrell Bernard? Has been missing time.
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? I wonder where, starters, does that mean all the starters? Or most of the starters.
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly, and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing, I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all...
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
What is the best
thing?
The
good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, You could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual
and
on Monday. Like if even if it's Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically.
Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I know everybody's talking about the James Cook thing. I apologize to talk about it, but I know...
no, it's great. I mean, we're into it.
Now, is it physically possible to even take on a contract for what he's asking for? Not even the 15, but even the 11. Last time I looked online, we don't have any... We're over the cap right now. So, I mean, do we have to make some sort of a move to get to cap? And then how would we even factor in getting him a contract if we don't have the money?
Well,
so it's not possible.
No, it's very possible. In fact, if the Bills did it would help their cap. When you sign a contract, you can drop a player's cap hit. The Bills did this with Shakir. Shakir's new contract dropped his number. And Cook's number is about $5 million this year. They signed him to an $11 million extension, rather. His cap hit could drop to $2 million. And they would create room to do it. Rousseau, same thing. It's one of the reasons that when we've talked about this group of guys that they re-signed, that's Bernard, Rousseau, Benford, Shakir, and then Cook was the 5th. Some of those guys didn't have franchise tag leverage because the Bills would never have franchise tagged them. And Cook, I think, is in that department of not having that leverage. The Bills, under no circumstances next year, I don't think, would franchise tag him. They might say they might, but franchise tag means there's no moving around of the cap. The $13 million franchise tag would mean a $13 million cap hit. Whereas if you just signed him to a $13 million extension today, you could toss a void year or 2 on it and drop the number. I don't exactly know how void years work. Mm-hmm. When Brandon Beane said, there are people out there doing the cap and it's not exactly like that, I thought, that's me. I kind of don't always understand it. I trust some people. But the point is, if they sign Cook, his number could drop. It could do the Bills a favor to get under the cap if, in fact, they still have to make a move. Who's on the final 53 matters for that. They could save $1 million by making but making a quarterback decision to go for Mike White instead of Trubisky, save $1 million there.
Bills and Giants tomorrow in preseason game number 1 at Highmark Stadium. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. Game also being televised on NFL Network. Josh Allen will not play in the game. Sean McDermott announcing that yesterday. Also said the rest of the starters will play roughly a quarter. Mitch Trubisky will be under center. Mike White will come in after him. On the Giants side, we don't know much. Brian Dable wouldn't give almost anything other than that the Jackson Dart will play against the Bills tomorrow. Also, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson, and Tommy DeVito are the other quarterbacks on the Giants roster. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. James Cook not present at practice for the Bills yesterday. That was after Sean McDermott said he expected Cook to practice, and then Cook was absent. Second day in a row that he wasn't on the field at all, even watching. But we did hear from McDermott yesterday and others that Cook is doing walkthroughs and meetings, getting mental reps while not practicing with the team. Elsewhere around the NFL, preseason action last night. Colts and Ravens. Anthony Richardson got blasted and injured his finger, dislocated pinky finger. He's not expected to miss much time. Daniel Jones came in, did not look great, went 10 of 21 passing after the fact. The Bengals also played last night. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase got a lot of run. Burrow and Chase hooked up on a long touchdown. Burrow went 9 of 10 passing. In L.A., Jared Verse, their star defensive end, hurt his knee in practice for the Rams. Sean McVay said he hopes Verse ends up being okay. McVay also said that the team is not worried about Matthew Stafford and expects him ready for Week 1 with his back injuries. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
That's what I'm being told. He's dealt with this before. It just takes some time to get back. The thing that makes me a little bit at ease with that situation is his rapport with Josh, and Khalil is such a professional that I don't worry at all about his hunger to return or his ability to find ways to get himself back and up to speed as quickly as possible.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott on Khalil Shakir, who's wearing a boot, a walking boot with a high ankle sprain. Camp is over. Now on to practice at One Bills Drive and a game tomorrow. Last preseason game ever. Share your preseason Highmark memories. Ooh. The greatest preseason Highmark. Is that a thing we could actually try to do?
I remember. Yeah, I mean, I would have gone to a bunch. I remember being at the Vince Young preseason game where he looked great and they got cut. Remember that?
Yep.
Great, maybe a little. I'm giving him a lot of credit, but he got cut probably because they didn't want a quarterback controversy between him and Ryan Fitzpatrick. I remember being at the Matt Leinart, Thad Lewis preseason game. Leinart played the worst football game I've ever seen in my life, but it was preseason. He probably showed up that week, I'm assuming. Preseason memories.
I've got one. Boy, I mean, there's like EJ games. There's Josh games, there's Lossman games, there's preseason.
Those
road.
Edwards years, there's never anybody really interesting playing quarterback, right? Not that I remember.
The one that I always go
Brian
back to.
Brom, probably.
The Bills used to play the Lions in the preseason every year.
Yes.
Every year.
Yeah.
And there was a game at the stadium. Boy, I mean, is it even worth the search? Probably not.
Let's hear it. How hard would it be?
What the memory is, they lost to the Lions. It might have been a tie, and it might have been a loss, low scoring, like 13-12. And it's Kids Day. They have the ball late.
Uh-huh.
And they kind of just run out the clock, down by a point, the Bills.
Okay.
And while you don't want them, you don't care if they win or lose a game in the preseason.
Yeah. Do you remember who the coach is?
I think it's Geron.
It's Geron?
I think it's Geron. And I feel like they just kind of ran out the clock with the ball rather than try to finish off the game, which in my younger days I would have been upset. Well, let's try and win, like whatever. And now I think every snap where nobody gets hurt is a good outcome. So
that's right, but
I know
I get like the kids, and also it's not like you would be pulling into a tie. Like if you were down 3,
it might.
Like, you're not trying desperately for the field goal. I get that, but if you're down 1,
I don't remember that. I also don't remember. The preseason does not have overtime. That's why last night we saw a tie. I don't remember if that's always been the case or if that's something that they just decided kind of recently. Nobody wants overtime here, guys. We'll just call it a tie.
Right,
I mean,
but if it was one, if one was the deficit, then you're not at risk of that.
It might have been one was the deficit, and they just kind of ran out the clock.
So then you could just kick a field goal.
No, they just ran out the clock.
No, I know you could have kicked a field goal.
Yes, you could have done anything.
Or tried to kick
other
a field
than
goal.
just let's all just go home. It's kind of late. That's one memory I've got of the preseason. Other than that, I mean, what? Did Jordan Palmer play here for a minute?
Okay, it wasn't 1. I think it was 8. I think they were down 8. I got a 14-6 Giron Bills preseason game at home where the Bills get the ball with 2:31 left. They go run with 2:31 down to the 2-minute warning. Run on the 45-yard line down to 1:17.
Gotcha. So they're running out the clock. They're playing like
run, game over.
They're playing like
they ran it. They got the ball with 2:31 left at about midfield, down 8, and they ran the ball 4 times and game over.
Yeah, like almost like they were up 14-6.
Yeah. Now see, that's this one little more defendable. Sure, with the fans in the crowd still, maybe you should give it a shot. But if you're down 8, it's like, guys, the best we could do here is tie it, and then we're going to overtime, and nobody wants that.
You get reps. You get live reps.
You do get reps.
Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Have a poll up on Twitter. We kind of got to today because we watched the Ravens last night in the preseason, saw the Bengals last night in the preseason as well. And the question on the poll, if you want to chime in on the phone lines or wherever, is which of the AFC other teams, not in the Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, is the most likely to be the party crasher that joins the group? Chargers, who are starting their chargering early, which is like being unlucky. Their left tackle out for the year. Chargers, Broncos. I do see the Broncos getting an awful lot of love right about now.
Yes.
Their defense is going to be legitimately great. And if Bo Nix takes a step from where he was, which was good, kind of game manager guy that runs. That was Bo Nix. Short throws, game manager guy that runs.
Yeah.
And if he takes a step with a great defense, they could be, worth keeping an eye on.
A great defense. It's kind of interesting they are getting this much love, and I love them too, from just their defensive roster and their offensive line is a lot of it. Like, hey, in the trenches, this team should be awesome. Because honestly, skill position wise, not that exciting.
The Broncos?
No.
Cortland Sutton's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
They drafted a running
back. Who's next? Who's the next name to mention?
Marvin Mims.
Marvin Mims, who's like a role player, right? Like, it's not loaded with, it's Troy Franklin, who didn't do much in his first season. I'm looking at their depth chart, and Trent Sherfield is next on that list.
Old friend.
There's really not much going on there.
You're selling on Evan Engram. They added Evan Engram this year.
Right, like, okay. RJ Harvey, rookie, Dobbins, like, it's the belief for me is quarterback looked good in year 1, awesome O-line, awesome defense, and Sean Payton's going to get the skill position players playing better than maybe they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the coach will get enough out of that offense, even if they don't have, like, all pros at wide receiver, tight end, and running back.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeff and Clarence on this, we'll call it a Football Friday. Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Good morning, boys. So yesterday we were having the in theory conversation. So a bunch of my buddies, we all got new season tickets and paid the PSLs, and we're like, all right, would you sell the home opener of your first game in the Bill Stadium if you could get enough money to recoup all your PSLs? And we were all saying, heck yeah, we would.
Yeah.
But they were saying, all right, how much would next year's preseason game, the actual first game in the new stadium, how much could those tickets go for people who are trying to recoup their PSL money? And it was one of those funny, just kind of like sitting around. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm like, oh, that's a good question.
Yep. Jeff,
this is great.
I thought about this. I mean, I've picked up a pair of seats in the new stadium. I have my season tickets in the current stadium. I finally had my meeting. I went through, and we talked about this with Pete Gwelly yesterday about the PSLs and price points for everybody. He had said, now, the early announcement was $50,000 for this club, the private areas, and people might have freaked out. And then there's another group that's 20,000, then 15, and then 10. And he said they're down to $1,000 for PSLs for some of the seats.
Yep.
And I got the impression he even said there's more coming. So they might even drop below 1,000 when you get far enough into the end zones, maybe in the upper deck. We'll see. I don't know if the entire stadium has been mapped for that yet. But I did definitely have this thought, which was, like, I'll just be honest. I've never thought of the idea of you buy a PSL and it has value because you can sell it back. That, to me, has never been something that I think is legit. Like, I know you can. There's a marketplace. Mm-hmm. But if I'm buying something that is for 30 years, in 10 years, why would it possibly sell for more? When it's a 20-year agreement, and then by then Josh Allen's retired. Like, right now is the time to be there, right? Fair? So, on the flip side of that, though, I did think, would the games in the first couple years, if you wanted to decide to recoup some costs because, you can't go to all of them, they're all prime time, will there be a ticket secondary market bump because, A, every seat's going to have a PSL, right? So every seat is going to be owned by somebody. They're trying to it's one of the reasons they build a smaller stadium, get brokers out. This is what we're told. And the idea would be that more people would have those tickets, and they're kind of just locked up. So with the secondary market just overall, like Jeff is mentioning the first game in that stadium, would the entire secondary market be boosted for 2 to 3 years? Because people will want to come and see it. You're going to have Bills fans that, I don't know, live in Charlotte, live in Cleveland, live in Missouri, and they're not going to get a seat in the stadium for the whole year all the time, so they're going to make their trips.
Right.
And I don't know how the economics of it ultimately will play out, but to your point, Jeff, like, I had a similar thought. If the opener next year is like a Monday night game against so-and-so, what would that go for? First game in the stadium, and your point about the preseason.
Yeah.
Are preseason tickets still going for $4? Or is it like what?
No, not next year.
Right. What's today? Can you get in the stadium for $1 today? Or tomorrow, sorry? A 1 o'clock preseason game.
I don't know if the sites let you go that low.
Okay.
If they did, I bet it would be close though. At least $5 probably.
I see the cheapest seat is $28 right now, which seems like
really
insane. Yeah.
That's the secondary market?
Yeah.
$28.
$28 for the preseason game.
Really? Is it a sellout tomorrow?
Well, I guess here's a question to ask. Are people already doing their goodbyes? Are there 3,000 people at that game tomorrow saying this is the one I can get to? It's cheap. It's August.
Maybe. $28.
$28 for the cheapest seat on Schmub. Usually that number is 4.
Right.
And it's $28 for the cheapest seat.
Uh-huh. That could be a sign already that it's different.
That it's happening.
Yeah.
That your goodbye tour is happening.
And that would be true. There will be some people, I mentioned this to Tasker, I think. Like, every game is going to be somebody's last game in the stadium. And that would probably be true tomorrow, too.
Yeah, for a lot of kids.
For some fans, for some kids, tomorrow will be their last time in that stadium.
For a lot of kids. I wonder if anybody out there has thought about the Kids' Day game, like next year, as we're bringing up this point, if it's $28 for this one, for the cheapest seat, what's the cheapest seat to next year's preseason game?
$100.
Is it?
Right?
I don't know.
Is it a sellout?
I think so. You get that fancy new stadium open for the first time ever, get to watch, from your whatever. I think it could be something that sees inflation.
That really would be like next year's preseason game for like if I were a fan buying a ticket to that game. I don't even know if I'd watch the game. When you just
tour?
Hey, $100 and I'm just gonna walk around the whole thing.
Yeah, map the place.
I'm just gonna look at everything. Yeah, map where I am. This view's cool. This bar here, and what's going on? Shane Buechele is throwing passes out there on the field. I'm good. I don't need to see that at the moment.
Yep. Have 3 people that have written in that the current lowest PSL is $750.
Yep.
400 end zone, $750. That's a far cry from the $50,000 start.
Yeah, for sure.
And a slow rollout, he'd said. Pete Gwelly, speaking with us yesterday, said they're about 80% full for the stadium. So if they're into the 400 end zones, which That's a seat that doesn't exist right now, right?
No, it doesn't.
The closest you've got is
the upper decks don't go that all the way around.
Are the 200s, and below the jumbotron, and below the Wall of Fame.
Right.
You don't have an upper deck end zone seat in the current stadium, so that's kind of a new spot. And for people that are still able to get them, $750 for that PSL. And the season ticket price is another thing here. Like that's something else to factor into anybody's purchase. Like if you're going to go get your PSL, like all right, then what's my yearly price? And your seat, it might just be your seat jumped a lot in PSL. It might be your seat is also a lot more expensive per game.
Yeah.
And that might have been part of the process that was frustrating or maddening for a lot of people was, I love my seat. Can I afford to keep my seat? Or do I have to go somewhere else? Because we're all moving into a new house, and the real estate prices of the seats have changed. So I used to sit on the 42, and now I'm sitting on the 18. Like that might have happened for a lot of people. John in Lockport. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning. I just want to tell you guys about my favorite preseason memory at the Ralph. It was 2009, the year we had T.O. We had season tickets, and it was Kids Day versus Chicago Bears, I think. And Food Network was here with Guy Fieri before he became, like, real big. He had a small show on the Food Network, like tailgating something. And it was him and the Wing King. And they were doing some tailgating thing, and I had to sign a waiver, and I actually got on the Food Network for about 3 seconds.
Wow. Okay.
Guy Fieri was here for a preseason game, huh?
Yep. It was. I forgot what the name of the show was, but it was a small, like, tailgating show on the Food Network. Didn't last long, maybe like 3 episodes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
He did fine, apparently, I think, though.
It was his. It was his preseason too.
Yeah.
He really flashed.
He bounced back.
He showed the executives some skill.
Yeah.
And he caught on. Preseason memories. This is the last preseason
All the ones
game.
I can think of are on the road.
That's because, I don't know. I tend to feel the same way, but I don't know why I think that.
Josh's first preseason game here.
Josh's
he
first
throws the ball 70 yards,
yes.
But it's out of bounds by 20.
70 yards.
Yeah.
Because it was a moment. Like,
Did they even tell him, like, hey, just go out there. Like, the fans are waiting to see you.
Throw it as far as you can.
Don't worry about where it's going. Just chuck it as far as you can possibly throw it. And he basically did that.
He did. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us.
Even, like, big performances, like those Christian Wade plays are both on the road, aren't they?
Carolina?
Carolina is one of them. There was 2 of them. I forgot what the other one was.
I got one for you.
Although maybe Carolina is here again. Like I don't remember where what's home, what's road. Other than I know the McCarron comeback is on the road, and EJ telling the Browns fans to be quiet is also on the road. Clearly,
was it the other Antonio Brown that you are? The Bills help me out with this. The Bills had a guy who returned a couple of kicks for touchdowns. If Chris Brown's listening, he'll get this. It might be Antonio Brown. He returned a couple of kicks for touchdowns in the preseason. This is way back, though. I feel like it. The reason I want to say Antonio Brown is because it's a receiver, kick returner, who had the same name as an actually star-level receiver of the same name.
Okay.
I think it's Antonio Brown. But anyway, the point is he might have made the team by returning 2 kicks for touchdowns in the preseason. This is far enough back. Like, what years did Antonio Brown play? Was there enough crossover? There probably was.
Antonio Brown's probably what, like 2010 to 2020?
Yeah, it feels like it was. No, okay, he was 2002, undrafted 2002.
Okay.
So
the good Antonio Brown was 2010 to 2021.
Okay. This is the guy. 2002 undrafted guy, Antonio Brown, played for the Bills and the Washington Redskins at the time, played college football West Virginia. In the preseason with the Bills, he played all 16 games during his rookie year, 2003. He was waived on 2004, but he definitely had 2 kick returns for touchdowns in the preseason. At least 1, maybe 2. How am I supposed to remember this stuff? What am I doing? What am I doing
not
myself?
The easiest thing to look up, I would say, anyway.
No, you want to know what's very difficult
like
to
the furthest you could go back on ESPN to find preseason games is 2003. You go back to 2003, and I can tell you that they lost 37-24 to the Titans. I can tell you who played in that game.
Yeah.
How about, here you go, how about a preseason game at home against St. Louis in 2003, where, man, how much were they... Drew Bledsoe in this preseason game. Who's the coach in 2003? Is that Greg Williams?
2003.
Or are we on to malarkey at that point?
Bledsoe...
Let me just tell you Bledsoe's stat line. Maybe that'll help you for who... Bledsoe goes 22 of 29 for 231 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Bills' starting quarterback, who was, 35 years old and was established in the league through 30 passes? Has Josh Allen thrown 30 preseason passes in the last 7 years?
Yes.
Like non-rookie year. Rookie year, he would have had it. Do you think since his rookie year he's thrown 30 passes in the preseason? He probably has.
Rookie year, he was busy not winning the quarterback competition. What a joke. That's what the preseason should be. The preseason should be remembered forever as the type of season, the type of process where Nathan Peterman can win a quarterback competition against Josh Allen. It's worth pointing out, maybe they thought, let's just slow play him here a little bit. We don't have to... right? Like, it could have been that...
It was over by halftime.
No, but I'm saying, yes, Josh is the guy that we should play, but maybe we want to wait like 3-4 weeks to do it. Mental reps. So Peterman's their opening day starter, and of course that did not last.
No, it lasted 2 quarters.
That's right.
It lasted 2 quarters.
It did not last. Yeah. Joe Burrow last night played.
And looked good, but he should have looked good, right?
Yes. He should have looked good.
Like, hey, throw the ball in the general vicinity of Jamar Chase over there, and it probably is going to go well. Like, the touchdown he threw was like a 9-yard pass that Chase just turned up inside and ran the distance with. So, yeah, he looked great, though. Looked really good.
We've got to get your fantasy finds and fantasy fades on yesterday's games and see if anything came out of it. Like, I don't know if you noticed Ashton Genty's stat line.
He had negative yardage.
Oh, I feel like he's got to drop a spot in the draft.
Negative yardage.
3 carries for negative 1 yard with a long of 3. So he had 1 run for 3 yards.
Yep.
And the next 2 lost yardage.
Yeah. I mean, from yesterday, nobody really stood out among the lower level guys because nothing's going to change about Chase. Nothing's going to change about Burrow. I would have told you if Richardson had a good game yesterday that he should be on your radar. Because if he's starting, he doesn't have to be good. If he's starting, he's good in fantasy because of all the rushing. But now he's hurt, and that makes that trickier now. So from yesterday, yeah, let me see if I could find one that really stood out to me from last night because off the top of my head, all the guys that stood out were guys that won't change. Genty won't change. Chase won't change. Burrow won't change. There was nothing in the Seattle game.
Torrey Horton.
Didn't he have 9 targets?
He had 7 targets.
7 targets.
Yeah.
But how many? He caught 3?
3. Targets are earned, Joe.
I guess.
Anyway.
You know what I'll do? I'm going to find you. There had to be a third-string running back that stood out somewhere. That's worth keeping in the back of your mind.
I've got, for the Raiders last night, Chris Collier, 9 for 42.
There you go.
There's your guy.
Chris Collier.
Raheem Mostert showed up for 1 carry, 11 yards.
There you go. Nice.
Mostert's whole career is just give me the ball. I'm fast. I'll put up numbers.
Right.
1 carry, 11 yards. I mean, listen, the Raiders running back room last night is a fantasy football Mount Rushmore, waiver wire, Mount Rushmore. It's Dylan Laube, Raheem Mostert, Sincere McCormick, Zamir White. All 4 of them carried the ball last night.
Yeah.
In addition to Genty and Aiden O'Connell.
Yep.
Any other random
appearances? I got a guy.
Oh, Justin Shorter.
Oh, he plays tight end now, I think.
Justin Shorter, 2 catches, 11 yards.
I think he actually does play tight end now. Not kidding. The guy for fantasy that played well last night, I saw this last night because he had a big run, he had a touchdown. Keaton Mitchell in Baltimore.
Yep.
He was a nice prospect. He just hasn't stayed healthy. He's missed 20 games in his first 2 seasons, and he looked really good last night. And he's behind Henry, but he could get over. I think he could get over Justice Hill and be the change of pace guy in Baltimore.
We'll check in on Cincinnati when we get back. Joe Goodberry on the Bengals and their decision to play Joe Burrow in the preseason because they want to start faster. Bengals are also winning our poll of which of the outside teams in the top 3 in the AFC is most likely to get in that group. Bengals, Broncos, Chargers. I put the Patriots in there as the 4th. Could have been the Steelers. Somebody said you should have put the Dolphins or the Texans in there. I don't agree, but whatever. Who's the team you think is going to jump in to Bills, Ravens, Chiefs land, if you've got one? 803-0550 on that. On the Bengals next, and Chris Brown previews the first preseason game with us coming up at 8 o'clock here on WGR. Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I know everybody's talking about the James Cook thing. I apologize to talk about it, but I know...
no, it's great. I mean, we're into it.
Now, is it physically possible to even take on a contract for what he's asking for? Not even the 15, but even the 11. Last time I looked online, we don't have any... We're over the cap right now. So, I mean, do we have to make some sort of a move to get to cap? And then how would we even factor in getting him a contract if we don't have the money?
Well,
so it's not possible.
No, it's very possible. In fact, if the Bills did it would help their cap. When you sign a contract, you can drop a player's cap hit. The Bills did this with Shakir. Shakir's new contract dropped his number. And Cook's number is about $5 million this year. They signed him to an $11 million extension, rather. His cap hit could drop to $2 million. And they would create room to do it. Rousseau, same thing. It's one of the reasons that when we've talked about this group of guys that they re-signed, that's Bernard, Rousseau, Benford, Shakir, and then Cook was the 5th. Some of those guys didn't have franchise tag leverage because the Bills would never have franchise tagged them. And Cook, I think, is in that department of not having that leverage. The Bills, under no circumstances next year, I don't think, would franchise tag him. They might say they might, but franchise tag means there's no moving around of the cap. The $13 million franchise tag would mean a $13 million cap hit. Whereas if you just signed him to a $13 million extension today, you could toss a void year or 2 on it and drop the number. I don't exactly know how void years work. Mm-hmm. When Brandon Beane said, there are people out there doing the cap and it's not exactly like that, I thought, that's me. I kind of don't always understand it. I trust some people. But the point is, if they sign Cook, his number could drop. It could do the Bills a favor to get under the cap if, in fact, they still have to make a move. Who's on the final 53 matters for that. They could save $1 million by making but making a quarterback decision to go for Mike White instead of Trubisky. Save $1 million there. Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
They might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. The listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card. X factors. Uncertain. Potential stock risers. Potential party crashers. How's that?
Potential party crashers.
Yeah, the party crashers. That's the Bengals, the Broncos, the Chargers. Am I out?
Some would say, I would not say, but some would say the Steelers.
All right,
probably for
fine.
that.
If I gave it to you, that's fine.
The Patriots,
the Patriots, sure. Throw them in the bucket. The second bucket of teams that's to varying degrees. Who's going to be the next team that rises into the group fighting for the AFC? And man, the Chargers took a big hit on that yesterday with Rashawn Slater. That's just huge. It's massive. And the Bengals are out here trying to start fast.
Preseason game number 1 tomorrow for the Bills, and the final preseason game in the history of Highmark Stadium. 1 o'clock against the Giants. Josh Allen will not play. The other starters will for about a quarter. We don't know much about the Giants other than Jackson Dart is going to obviously play tomorrow. Brian Dable said that yesterday. 1 o'clock kickoff for Bills and Giants. No James Cook at practice again yesterday, despite Sean McDermott saying before that he expected Cook to practice. Wasn't there again for the 5th day in a row. Didn't practice for the 5th day in a row. He wasn't there at all for the 2nd day in a row. Elsewhere around the NFL, preseason action last night. The Bengals played some of their starters. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase went off. 9 of 10 Burrow passing. We'll talk more about the Bengals with Joe Goodberry coming up next. Elsewhere, you had the Raiders and the Seahawks playing last night. Also, the Colts lost Anthony Richardson to a dislocated finger. He took a big hit on the play and left the game, did not come back. He's not expected to miss a lot of time, though. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And certainly not up to the face. Late blitz coming. Burrow finds his man, and Jamar Chase is going to coast into the end zone. They beat the blitz with a quick throw from Joe Burrow, and the Bengals score once again on their second possession.
Bengals and Eagles last night. Joe Burrow was sharp. Bengals decided to play him more in the preseason than years past, looking for a bit of a better start to their regular season. Joe Goodberry joins us on the Western Hotline. He of Bengals on the Brain. We chat every once in a while on Cincinnati, all things Bengals. Joe, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time. How did you enjoy preseason game number 1?
Well, a little bit nerve-wracking because, like you said, Burrow has not played in the preseason, whether it's due to his rookie year, COVID year, there was no preseason, or immediately following that, recovering from injuries, whether it was the knee or the appendectomy or the calf or the wrist. He's never really played. Last year he played a drive, he had a couple of throws, and that was it. And he just, once week 1 came around, he wasn't ready. And this is the case for the Bengals, and people have put it on Zach Taylor a lot. But if you look at Joe Burrow's stats in the first couple of weeks in September every year, they're very, very average. And we're talking about a team that, if Burrow's not playing at the MVP level, well, then the team's not going to be very good. So it's good to see him look ready last night. I was nervous because I'm still always nervous about him getting hit or the offensive line not looking good, but at the same time they got out of it. And I think they're supposed to play their starters again next week versus the Commanders. So I'll be crossing my fingers for another hour or so when that approaches.
Yeah, that's my next question. If you think that he did enough in this game, 9 of 10, 123, 2 touchdowns. If your mission is, hey, let's see if he looks like he's ready, he certainly looked ready. And the way you just kind of painted that picture, the other absences from the preseason would have all had legitimate reasons, right? Recovering from an injury. So you feel like they're walking a tightrope here a little bit to make sure that they, I don't know, satisfy whatever it is they're looking to satisfy. But if he was ready last night, why wouldn't he be ready in a month?
I agree, and I think they just had so much pressure put on them about starting slow, and it's legit, right? You can't start slow in the AFC, especially if you're wanting the 1 seed, if you want to make the playoffs as they haven't the last 2 years. But again, I think it's just a little misguided because there's a balance. You have to get your guys ready, but at the same time, you want to be healthy. Zach Taylor's gotten some criticism for maybe going a little bit light, a little bit soft in camp to make sure they get to week 1 healthy. And they typically end the season really strong because they're a team that gets better throughout, but they also have stayed relatively healthy in their good years, other than Burrow. So I think the plan is smart to be ready for December, January, and so on. But you have to start fast, or else you're going to miss the playoffs. So I do think there's a balance. There was one play in particular last night that was called back due to a holding, or it was a tripping, I believe, or an incidental. The offensive line went down. Doesn't matter. It was one play in particular where I thought, oh, Joe Burrow's ready to go. And it was a play where it was a quick throw to the left. The tight end falls down, so he holds the ball. He resets himself in the pocket, bounces back in the pocket, evades the rush, casually strolls to the right. He's looking for someone to get open. I'm thinking in my head, just throw it away. It's preseason. You saw the flag. but he doesn't. As the rush is coming to him, he just finds Jamar Chase back in the end zone on the run, throws it, flips it out on an off-script play, on a broken play. And those are the things that are always missing for him in the first half of the season. His pocket presence, his ability to avoid sacks and create plays off-script, one of the things when he was coming out of LSU, everyone was like, oh, my God, look at this guy create magic in the pocket. It's something that usually takes half a season for him to get there. And I think it's largely because he's been injured or hasn't played in preseason. He said he needs to feel the hits. He needs to feel the actual rush, not just the practice rush where guys are pulling up, 3 yards away from him. So to see that already in a first preseason game, that's the underrated play that got me excited.
Joe Goodberry with us. Other storylines, Joe, from camp and that would have bled into the game last night. Shamar Stewart played last night after his contract holdout not being there for the whole offseason?
Yeah, he played 18 snaps. He got one rep with the first-team defense. They're slowly rotating him in. That first rep was at defensive tackle. The Bengals in camp so far have moved him from left defensive end to right defensive end to defensive tackle. They have what they call a NASCAR package where it's 4 defensive ends out there. And he goes to defensive tackle, and he's played some end in practice as well, but that's what that was. He had a tackle for a loss. He had a win as a right defensive end going against Eagles backups for a hit on the quarterback. There was also a play where they left him unblocked and bootlegged towards his way, and I think that's an interesting choice for offenses because he is so long and so athletic that he is in that quarterback's face in a blink. It'll be interesting for him this year because he's a guy who needs the reps because he didn't have a lot of moves. He didn't have a lot of pass rush wins as like an outside edge pass rusher at Texas A&M. They just didn't let him really unleash himself too often. And we're still not seeing his hands win. There was a bunch of plays that, where the lineman just got his hand into Shamar Stewart's chest and stunned him and knocked him back a couple yards. And it's like, yeah, hopefully he'll get there. But as of right now, at the very least, he looks like a guy that can win with his length and his explosiveness and his raw strength because he's kind of a bull in a china shop out there, which is nice to have for a guy that big and that athletic to just go in there and cause a little havoc.
Joe Goodberry on the Bengals. How big of a lift is it to get the defense to the middle of the pack from where they were?
I think it's a pretty big lift. They're banking on a lot of development. They spent a ton of draft picks on the defensive side. I think this is always the idea that, hey, we're going to pay Joe Burrow, we're going to pay Jamar Chase, hopefully we can pay T. Higgins, and they ended up paying Mike Gesicki and Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, and they just picked up Noah Fant. They're real happy with Chase Brown on the offensive side. But the defense, they've just turned draft picks over there, and they're like, okay, we're going to replace Jesse Bates, we're going to replace DJ Reader, and the list goes on. And they just kept spending those picks on the defensive side, and none of them have really taken a step into being really good players. There's been guys that have had flashes, like Cam Taylor-Britt has had flashes, Dax Hill has flashed, Joseph Osai has flashed, but nobody has turned into like, all right, this is a guy that's coming up on an extension at some point. Not a single player has. And I think that's the biggest reason why they let go of Lou Anarumo and brought in Al Golden from Notre Dame, is Golden sold them on the idea that, hey, I can get these guys playing faster and playing better earlier in their careers. And for the Bengals, financially and cap-wise, once you're already paying all those stars on offense, you need these guys to hit on the defensive side. So I think it's a tough ask to say, all right, we need 8 of these guys to hit the ground running this year. It's not going to happen. At best, you get 4. You get half of those guys that you're just trying to plug and hope will become good starters. And if 4 of them do, I think, yeah, they can get to like 16 to 20. It can happen. But I still think it's a tall task for Al Golden and his staff. It's the most interesting part of the team, though. Which of these guys are going to step up? Which of the 8 that they're trying to figure out who can play these positions will become household names for Bengals fans?
Do you think that has to sink them or, keep them from winning the division? Like, how much can they accomplish if the defense is still near the bottom of the league? Because last year they were that, and they missed the playoffs. But I don't know, Joe. Like, they also there's a missed 2-point conversion against Baltimore. There's the flag against Kansas City. There's the 1-yard line fumble against New England. Like, even though the defense was that bad, it still felt like they were 3 plays away from being in the playoffs and being the team no one wanted to see.
And Evan McPherson last year, the kicker, was not his normal self. He had a groin injury. They ended up putting him on IR with like 5 weeks to go. He looks, they're saying he looks much better. He went 2 for 2 last night, hit a 51-yarder. The ball looked straighter, cleaner, curved into the uprights. If he is his normal self from what we knew the previous few years, that's probably 2, maybe 3 wins as well. He missed some big kicks at the end of games last year. And they brought in a new long snapper. They got a competition there. So that might be a big thing. If that's fixed, if Joe Burrow starts the season hot, remember Jamar Chase was holding in last year. T. Higgins was missing time. He was practicing on Fridays, and there was 2 games where they had to pull him from the game plan on a Friday or Saturday morning because he couldn't go due to soft tissue injuries, which, hey, they may continue. T doesn't play that often. But if the defense is still what they are and the other things go right for them that should and could go right just by flipping a coin and the randomness of the NFL, yeah, they can get to the playoffs. But I do believe they think they're a Super Bowl contending team. I saw the poll you guys put up on Twitter today. Who's the next AFC team? I think it's clearly the Bengals. I think nobody wants to really play Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase when they're firing like that, even if the defense stinks. Even if you're like, man, we're going to put 34 up on this team. You got to think there's a chance the Bengals may put up 37 on you just because of this offense. When it's humming, it is one of the best in the league. So I still think they're that next team. I still think in their mind they think they are, and they're going to spend all year trying to get this defense right. Because maybe it's not right away, but maybe it's right in late November, December, January, and that's when you make your run, and that's when you're ready to go.
Can it be right without Trey Hendrickson?
No, it cannot. He's a top 5 pass rusher, and without him, they really don't have that consistent impact player. They don't have that star on the defensive side. They don't have anybody you really have to game plan for. He crashes everything. And even last year, they didn't have anyone else to game plan for. And you could see offenses. There were times Trey's getting triple teamed. There was one play in particular where he got triple teamed and still ended up with a sack because the coverage did their job. But when you see that and you see him still end up with 17.5 sacks, still end up being a disruptor late in games or in big plays, big third down leverage situations, and he's still winning and getting there. He is impressive. I love watching Trey Hendrickson. He needs to be there. I think they're still trying. Him showing up to camp, him flying out to Philadelphia yesterday and being on the sidelines for the game, I think he's trying to show in good faith, hey, I'm still here. I still want this contract. They still want to sign him. It sounds like they're at maybe the 20-yard line. They need to get in the red zone, put this thing in the end zone, and close it out.
I like the yard line use because we're over here waiting for James Cook, and we've had a couple of insiders say the sides are not as far apart as some may think. And Diana Rossini even reported that James Cook's sitting out to try and get it across the goal line.
Tom Pelissero said it was 4th and goal on the 1.
Right.
But that was a week ago, so 4th down means if you didn't convert, you turned it over.
They're in a replay review right now. They're having Sterator take a look at it. So there's a little delay here. So, Joe, thanks for the time. We'll talk again down the line. The Bills and Bengals play this year, and it's going to be a big one. We think both teams are going to, if they're in the mix, it'll be a highly rated affair. And Bills fans, no matter how good the Bills are, until they beat Burrow, right? Until they show they can make the stops against him, I feel like he kind of lives over here a little bit as a boogeyman. We think about the Bengals. That Twitter poll you mentioned, they're winning it, and I think there's a lot of Burrow, Chase phobia that's kind of there.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play them either, to be honest with you. And then for the reasons I mentioned, that offense they can at any point score at any time and put up big numbers on you. Yeah, we'll see you guys in December. Probably talk to you around that time, and have a good morning, boys.
Very good. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Goodberry on the Bengals.
Yeah, I don't want to play him.
Well, you're gonna. You have to.
Well, in the playoffs. I want to play.
Is that not?
I want to play New England in round 1. I want to play the Texans in round... Wait, no, I don't want to play anyone in round 1. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
No one in round 1. Texans in round 2.
Who are the Texans?
Chiefs in round 3.
Who are the Texans?
That's my perfect round.
Who are the Texans beating in this scenario? In the wild card round?
Steelers.
Oh, wow.
Or the Chargers.
Just go ahead and... I'm going to write it my calendar right now. Texans host Steelers Saturday, 3:30 p.m., right? On that's the AFC Invitational.
Actually... I think I have said I think Denver's going to win that division. If that happens, maybe it's Bills hosting Chiefs in round 2.
Yeah, right.
Because the Chiefs would be the 5 seed going to play the AFC South winner. Must be nice for them. They finally don't win the division. They get to play the Jaguars.
Would it be wrong to say Bills-Bengals will end up being the most anticipated game of the year on the schedule? We have the Ravens in the opener on Sunday night. The Chiefs are here again. The Eagles are late. The Bengals. And it's
here.
It's here. And it's at a time of year where... provided everybody's just going ahead and having a year and there's not something stupid happening.
Sunday at 4:25.
Sunday, 4:25, big window.
I think the opener has got to be number
Opener's
one.
more anticipated? Okay.
I think the opener number one and the Bengals game. I could get behind the Bengals game being number two, though.
Let me make the case for you in 30 seconds, 10 seconds. If the Bills lose to the Ravens, what will people say? Happened last year. Lost in the regular season, beat them in the playoffs. They lose to the Bengals, what will people say? You can't beat them. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the team.
Yeah.
If you beat the Chiefs, what do people say? You beat them in the regular season all the time.
Right.
You can't beat them. Until they beat the Bengals, people will say, you can't beat them.
Yeah.
And that's why that phobia exists. They might have beat him in the Hamlin game. We only saw, about a quarter of that one. But it looked like it was about to be a shootout. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. Chris Brown, top of the hour. Voice of the Bills, play-by-play man of the Buffalo Bills, to preview tomorrow's Bills-Giants game and, of course, help us put a wrap on training camp, which they're back in Buffalo after wrapping things at St. John Fisher. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
It's Friday for some fun.
Joe Goodberry on the Bengals. How big of a lift is it to get the defense to the middle of the pack from where they were?
I think it's a pretty big lift. They're banking on a lot of development. They spent a ton of draft picks on the defensive side. I think this is always the idea that, hey, we're going to pay Joe Burrow, we're going to pay Jamar Chase, hopefully we can pay T. Higgins, and they ended up paying Mike Gesicki and Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, and they just picked up Noah Fant. They're real happy with Chase Brown on the offensive side. But the defense, they've just churned draft picks over there. And they're like, okay, we're going to replace Jesse Bates. We're going to replace DJ Reader, and the list goes on. And they just kept spending those picks on the defensive side, and none of them have really taken a step into being really good players. There's been guys that have had flashes, like Cam Taylor-Britt has had flashes. Dax Hill has flashed. Joseph Osai has flashed. But nobody has turned into, like, all right, this is a guy that's coming up on an extension at some point. Not a single player has. And I think that's the biggest reason why they let go of Lou Anarumo and brought in Al Golden from Notre Dame, is Golden sold them on the idea that, hey, I can get these guys playing faster and playing better earlier in their careers. And for the Bengals, financially and cap-wise, once you're already paying all those stars on offense, you need these guys to hit on the defensive side. So I think it's a tough ask to say, all right, we need 8 of these guys to hit the ground running this year. It's not going to happen. At best, you get 4. You get half of those guys that you're just trying to plug and hope will become good starters. And if 4 of them do, I think, they can get to like 16 to 20. It can happen. But I still think it's a tall task for Al Golden and his staff. It's the most interesting part of the team, though. Which of these guys are going to step up? Which of the 8 that they're trying to figure out who can play these positions will become household names for Bengals fans?
Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I know everybody's talking about the James Cook thing. I apologize to talk about it, but I know...
no, it's great. I mean, we're into it.
Now, is it physically possible to even take on a contract for what he's asking for? Not even the 15, but even the 11. Last time I looked online, we don't have any... We're over the cap right now. So, I mean, do we have to make some sort of a move to get to cap? And then how would we even factor in getting him a contract if we don't have the money?
Well,
so it's not possible.
No, it's very possible. In fact, if the Bills did it would help their cap. When you sign a contract, you can drop a player's cap hit. The Bills did this with Shakir. Shakir's new contract dropped his number. And Cook's number is about $5 million this year. They signed him to an $11 million extension, rather. His cap hit could drop to $2 million. And they would create room to do it. Rousseau, same thing. It's one of the reasons that when we've talked about this group of guys that they re-signed, that's Bernard, Rousseau, Benford, Shakir, and then Cook was the 5th. Some of those guys didn't have franchise tag leverage because the Bills would never have franchise tagged them. And Cook, I think, is in that department of not having that leverage. The Bills under no circumstances next year, I don't think, would franchise tag him. They might say they might, but franchise tag means there's no moving around of the cap. The $13 million franchise tag would mean a $13 million cap hit. Whereas if you just signed him to a $13 million extension today, you could toss a void year or two on it and drop the number. I don't exactly know how void years work. Mm-hmm. When Brandon Beane said, like, there are people out there doing the cap and it's not exactly like that, I thought, that's me. I kind of don't always understand it. I trust some people. But the point is, if they sign Cook, his number could drop. It could do the Bills a favor to get under the cap if, in fact, they still have to make a move. You know, who's on the final 53 matters for that. They could save $1 million by making the right, or not the right, but making a quarterback decision to go for Mike White instead of Trubisky, save $1 million there. So maybe you saw this, maybe you didn't. Credentialed sideline photographer Marshawn Lynch last night there for the Seattle and Vegas game.
I saw him there. I didn't know he was doing photography.
Not only did he do photography, there were 2 highlights, I think, where the play got close to him and he like stiff-armed the guy that was... He went beast mode. He's still going beast mode, but as a photographer. Yeah. Adam Schefter just posted the video. I retweeted it if you want to check it out. I'm sending it to my text club here. Like, here's the Seahawks guy scores a touchdown and kind of rolls on Lynch and gets this fierce elbow in the back.
Like forearm.
Who's that?
Elbow. Yeah.
Forearm elbow, bam. Who's that? Oh, that's Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, he was not about to get run over by this guy. There was no way.
Beast mode. So anyway.
These athletes becoming photographers. Ken Griffey Jr. is a photographer, right? Didn't he take the picture of Rory winning the Masters? Yes.
Randy Johnson, yes. Ken Griffey Jr., Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let's get them a Netflix show or something, you know? Follow them around. Former athlete becomes photographer.
Turned photographer? Yeah.
What would they call it?
I mean, really, anything involving Marshawn Lynch as a show is probably going to be a good show.
Yes, it would be interesting. Chris Brown joins us when we return. Bills and Giants tomorrow. It's going to be hot tomorrow for this game. Temperature's expected to be near 90, so hydrate. Plan accordingly. It will be hot. Real feel, and punch this up very quickly. By the time at the game, you're looking at 85, creeping up to 90 while you're out there. So no canopy, not yet. Jeremy and Joe, Chris Brown joins us next. Joe Goodberry on the Bengals. How big of a lift is it to get the defense to the middle of the pack from where they were?
I think it's a pretty big lift. They're banking on a lot of development. They spent a ton of draft picks on the defensive side. I think this is always the idea that, hey, we're going to pay Joe Burrow, we're going to pay Jamar Chase, hopefully we can pay T. Higgins, and they ended up paying Mike Gesicki and Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, and they just picked up Noah Fant. They're real happy with Chase Brown on the offensive side. But the defense, they've just churned draft picks over there. And they're like, okay, we're going to replace Jesse Bates. We're going to replace DJ Reader, and the list goes on and on. And they just kept spending those picks on the defensive side, and none of them have really taken a step into being really good players. There's been guys that have had flashes, like Cam Taylor-Britt has had flashes. Dax Hill has flashed. Joseph Osai has flashed. But nobody has turned into, like, all right, this is a guy that's coming up on an extension at some point. Not a single player has. And I think that's the biggest reason why they let go of Lou Anarumo and brought in Al Golden from Notre Dame. is Golden sold them on the idea that, hey, I can get these guys playing and playing faster and playing better earlier in their careers. And for the Bengals, financially and cap-wise, once you're already paying all those stars on offense, you need these guys to hit on the defensive side. So I think it's a tough ask to say, all right, we need 8 of these guys to hit the ground running this year. It's not going to happen. At best, you get 4. You get half of those guys that you're just trying to plug and hope will become good starters. And if 4 of them do, I think, yeah, they can get to like 16 to 20. It can happen. But I still think it's a tall task for El Golden and his staff. It's the most interesting part of the team, though. Which of these guys are going to step up? Which of the 8 that they're trying to figure out who can play these positions will become household names for Bengals fans?
I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters, what about, like, Terrell Bernard has been missing time?
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters or most of the starters?
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly, and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing, I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all,
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
Ooh, what is the best thing?
The good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual on Monday. Like even if it's Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically. Bills preseason game number 1 tomorrow. It is also the final preseason game at Highmark Stadium ever. 1 o'clock against the Giants. It's also being televised on NFL Network. Josh Allen is not going to play. Rest of the starters will play roughly a quarter, according to head coach Sean McDermott. On the Giants side, Brian Dable did not give much yesterday about their plan other than Jackson Dart will play tomorrow, their first-round rookie quarterback. That would have been assumed, though. So tomorrow at 1 for Bills and Giants. A lot of preseason action last night. Actually, before we get to that, James Cook not present at practice yesterday, despite Sean McDermott saying that he did expect Cook to practice. No Cook. Anthony Richardson dislocates a finger, took a big hit last night against the Ravens, is not expected to miss much time. Daniel Jones came in after the fact, didn't look great, 10 of 21. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase both playing last night for the Bengals, and they connected on a long touchdown. Burrow went 9 of 10 passing. Jared Verse, the Rams star defensive end, injured his knee in practice for the Rams yesterday. There's no update yet on his status. Sean McVay said that their hope is that he's okay, but nothing more detailed at this point than that. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Nate mentioned to me last night, he said, the list has been a lot longer than in years past. So injuries come up. They do. They come up at different points in the season. I'd rather have them now than in the playoffs, right? So that's my hope at this point. That said, I am concerned with, like I've said, some of the pieces being out there together, especially some of our newer players, our younger players. It's hard to show up in this league first game of the season and be ready to go. Things like training camp, things like going away, things like practicing against other teams, preseason games, it's all important.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott wrapping training camp. You referenced their Bills head athletic trainer, Nate Bresky, and all the injuries through training camp. We'll get a look back at camp and a look ahead to preseason game number 1. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Chris Brown, of course, of One Bills Live and calling the game on Saturday for Bills and Giants. Chris, good morning. Injuries. We spent half our time at camp listing the injuries during our shows.
Yeah, and as Sean said, the list has been longer this summer. I don't think there's any debate about that than in recent years. And, to his point, this time of year, you're probably less concerned with the final score on the board at the end of the game. You're more concerned with fitting, as he said, the pieces together. Who plays well off of one another, particularly on defense, where they're trying to cull together a lot of new pieces, if not in the starting lineup, certainly in the rotation on that D-line, which combinations of players play most effectively together. That's the big part of this evaluation this preseason. And if you're down a couple of those players, you've got some concern. You get to the regular season if some of these guys can't get back.
Chris Brown with us. Is there anybody that comes to mind, Chris, for tomorrow's game that maybe didn't have, the flashiest training camp while we were at St. John Fisher, that if they had a big day, the vibes would go up?
Yeah, we haven't really seen much from Laviska Shenault, right? I think a lot of people thought that this was a guy who, he certainly passes the eyeball test. I mean, he is put together at 6'1", 227. And I think there was some thought that, okay, this guy has worked with Chris Tabor before, the special teams coordinator. If he can really show up and show out, and granted, you don't see a lot of full-speed special teams drills, so the preseason was going to have to settle that competition between him and Codrington. But at the receiver position, you were hoping he could at least give you something there, demonstrate an ability to block in the run game, and, maybe make a play here or there, and perhaps even factor into some of that pre-snap motion. Because I look at him, guys, and I see a potential, Cordarrelle Patterson if you want to use him in that fashion, because he's built the same exact way. We haven't seen any of that, and we haven't really seen him factor into the passing game all that much, even with this team so devoid of receivers due to injury. So I think he's a guy that's got to really step up and flash here in the preseason.
Yeah, it's been interesting watching the receiver, I guess, the hierarchy play out. Coleman's been healthy and available the whole time, and I think by all accounts he's had a really nice camp. Palmer, a little bit of an injury, groin issue, right? Shakir got hurt. I mean, almost everybody else seemed to get dinged up. Tyrell Shavers as well. McDermott went out of his way to praise how Shavers is trying to make this team, which, I don't know, Chris, do you think, let's start there with Shavers. Kenny, because of the injuries? I mean, last year it sounded like it might have been his time, and he did get in some game action. This time it sounds like he's playing hurt at camp to prove himself, and McDermott is calling him a true Buffalo Bill. Like, you know, the coach has got high praise for a guy that's seems like he's always on the bubble and can't quite seem to find his way to a full-time spot.
Yeah, and could he get caught up in a numbers game again? He certainly could, because I think you can easily find your way to naming 5 guys prior to calling his name. And are they keeping 5? Are they keeping 6? You know, what's the situation at tight end and how many are you keeping there? So those are all the number concerns that you have to navigate your way through as a coaching staff to get your best, quote unquote, best 53. I don't think it's any secret that Sean McDermott enormously appreciates guys that just put their nose to the grindstone and work. And Tyrell Shavers would certainly fit into that category. And so I think he's a guy that has clearly earned the respect of the head coach and clearly does everything the right way. And maybe more than anybody else over the last 3+ years has respected the process. If you want to talk about somebody that has earned it, Tyrell Shavers might be at the top of your list. And look, he's made plays. It's not like it's like, yeah, the guy's a try-hard guy, but does he really do anything? He's made plays. So I think he's backed up the hard work with results as well. Now, carrying that into the preseason is going to be important as well. But if he goes ahead and does that, yeah, I mean, he's got a shot, a legitimate shot.
On Curtis Samuel, who basically misses camp with a hamstring injury, I wonder how the Bills feel about him. You know, they sign him, and he's got experience with the offensive coordinator last year. It's the turf toe that keeps him out for a while. Allen points out they kind of can't get on the same page just because of that. Like, everything was kind of delayed. And then late in the season, we started to see that pop going into the Denver playoff game as well. Do you feel like the Bills would have a level of, you know, whatever, it's frustrating to see him miss so much time, but knowing the skill set, the talent, and the fit started to show what it is supposed to be?
Yeah, and I know that I was just as encouraged as the next person about what we saw from him at the end of the season, not just the Denver playoff game, but the Kansas City playoff game. I mean, him and James Cook were the 2 guys that Josh Allen was relying upon the most in the second half of that football game. And I believe Samuel had the go-ahead touchdown for them in the fourth quarter, you know, before the ultimate outcome happened. So you were seeing some really good things from Curtis Samuel. The problem is there's an availability issue there, and you know we're back where we were last year at this time. You know, when he had a couple of injuries that he was dealing with and trying to play through. You know, it's nobody's fault. It just happens. And I know that based on how his contract is structured, you know, there's no thought of moving on from Curtis Samuel, not this year anyway. So I think you're in a situation where you just have to kind of let it play out. You're still about a month from the opener and see where he can get between now and then. Can he get on the field? And then more importantly, can he stay on the field? And what are you getting from him? I think that's kind of how you have to play this out at this point in time.
Chris, I think there's a backup quarterback competition probably to be had here in the preseason. Was there anything really that separated Mitch Trubisky and Mike White in training camp to your eyes? I mean, I don't think there's any debate. Trubisky might have the early lead here. He's the incumbent. He's been here before, the contract, and he's starting tomorrow.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it is a competition, and I think the proof will come out in the preseason. I think that's where you really see and can evaluate, you know, who has been the superior performer. And I think this coaching staff will give both players equal time with the quote-unquote starters or second-teamers, as it were, so as not to handicap anybody, you know, with third-teamers to work with and playing against third-teamers. I think they really want to get as accurate an evaluation as they can on those 2 guys. I thought Mitch Trubisky's best practice may have been the blue and red scrimmage. He was fantastic in that practice from start to finish, in a practice, you know, that Josh barely did any teamwork. I think he threw 4 passes in 7-on-7, and then he had a baseball hat on. He was fantastic. I mean, he's facing all-out blitzes, throwing off his back foot and dropping it in the back pylon in the end zone to Dalton Kincaid in double coverage. I mean, it might have been the best throw I've seen Mitch Trubisky make in a Bills uniform. So you have those moments and those practices, and then unfortunately he did not have a great throw in Wednesday's practice. It was a poor decision, and it winds up being an interception. You're going to have those, but all of them count, right? So they all go into the evaluation. But, yeah, it's weird. Through the course of the practices at training camp, I just feel like we've seen more Trubisky than White, and I'll be the first to tell you I haven't counted their snaps, but it just feels like I've noticed Trubisky more in the practice setting than I've noticed Mike White.
Chris Brown joining us on the Worcester Hotline. Bills and Giants tomorrow. Defensively, Chris, as we shift to that side of the ball, there's been a lot of change over there and, a fair amount of returning players as well. I feel like, as we start with injuries on the offensive side, we're there on the defensive side as well. Of course, Maxwell Harrison and his injury, which keeps him out a little bit. It's maybe ironic's not the right word, but when Harrison goes down, we fear another kind of Cole Bishop situation. And then soon after, Cole Bishop is kind of back in the Cole Bishop situation where he's having issues staying on the field as well. And I feel like we're kind of right back where we were this time last year, where there's snake bit in the secondary, and the injuries back there might lead to some issues to start off.
Yeah, I'm less concerned with corner because of how good Trey White has looked. And I'm more concerned about safety, not just because you're down Cole Bishop, but you're down Taylor Rapp as well, who, Sean McDermott said yesterday is going to miss about a week with a knee injury. So this was the tandem that you had penciled into the lineup, and this is their first opportunity to get some time on the field together and as close to a game-like setting as you're going to find, and they're both unavailable. That's a concern because it's a new pairing, and they need as much time on the field as you can possibly get them in game-like situations. So that's not good. There's no other way to slice it. Can they make up for lost time? We're going to have to wait and see. But that was the penciled-in starting tandem. You're not going to see it in any capacity tomorrow afternoon. You got to hope that both can get back and can play with one another before the preseason is out, because going against that Ravens team in week one, if you have limited time on the field together, I'm a little wary.
Yeah, McDermott kind of spoke to this a little bit yesterday about he'd rather have the injuries now than the playoffs, but that it can make it tougher. I mean, the safety injuries, the linebacker injuries in and out, the suspensions on the D-line. I feel like the managing of the roster and reps, maybe there's been more of that this summer on one side of the ball, Chris, than there maybe ever has been.
Yeah, and, it's the side of the ball that has the most new stuff to pull together, right? So you want them on the field so you can get the proper evaluation, know that, okay, I'm set at this position, let's move on to here. Okay, let's see what these combinations look like here on the defensive front. I think it's been hard for the defensive staff to really hone in on what works best with the players they have on the field in terms of scheme and play calling for down and distance situations, because they just haven't had them out there enough. I'm sure they have a semblance of an idea of what they'd like to do, but you want that confirmed for you on the field. The number one thing for coaches is knowing that they can trust players in certain situations, and that trust is reaffirmed through reps on the field being executed properly. So when players are out of the lineup and coaches don't have that, it gives them a little agita, guys.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, on James Cook, it's been a big-time story of camp, and the twists and turns, they haven't been that big in the last week. I found it so interesting that McDermott, when asked if he expected Cook to be there, said yes, and then said, well, I expect all players to be there. Meanwhile, there have been several reports that the two sides maybe aren't as far apart as people might think. And I don't know if there's an end in sight. I don't know what's going to happen with James Cook. He's going to the walkthroughs. He's going to the meetings. He's just skipping practice. Yesterday, Allen kind of takes up for him to a degree. We desperately want him out here. He's handling generational kind of business. It's it's a sticky spot, and I don't know if you have a prediction on the resolution or a predicted timeline, but we're kind of just hanging in limbo right now.
Yeah, we are. I think that, you've just got to kind of let those things play out, at the level they're playing out, which is obviously the front office and his agency. And, you got to hope that there's some common ground that can be found. I think a lot of us hoped that with the Kyron Williams contract, even though he plays significantly more snaps in the Rams offense than Cook does in Buffalo, you have a guy from the same draft class, comparable numbers in terms of production over the last 2 years. And to me, the parameters on a new deal are pretty much laid out for you by the Rams. I thought that might, break the dam, so to speak, and, let negotiations flow. But that hasn't happened to this point. Does it change? I suppose it could. James says he wants to be in Buffalo. So I don't know. I just think the number that was thrown out at the beginning of the spring is unrealistic. The Kyron Williams contract proves that. So you got to hope that some people have some come to realism moments and figure it out, because I think both parties know how much they benefit. The Bills obviously benefit from having Cook in their lineup. I think Cook knows how good a fit he is for this offense. So you just got to hope that the two sides can reach some kind of compromise.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many people think he might miss games. Joe and I have talked about this. Like, we don't think it'll get that far, but if it were to happen, or if they're to move on from him and find a taker, like, would you be concerned about what would happen with the offense? It's an offense that has, a proliferation of contributors. We know that, but Cook is their explosive piece, and as you mentioned in Kansas City, he was one of the guys that was the reason they were in that game.
Right. I think he's the second most dynamic athlete on the offensive side of the ball next to Josh Allen. And you even heard Sean McDermott say it after the season was over in his season-ending press conference. You need 2 to 3 elite talents on each side of the ball. And for the Bills, that's Allen and Cook. Could someone like Keon Coleman or, Khalil Shakir perhaps get to that level at some point? Sure. But right here, right now, it's Cook and Allen. Those are your elite talents on offense in terms of the skill position players. So, he's a critical piece on the offensive side of the ball. If you have to move on from him or whatever, you better get a comparable talent coming back to your roster in return, because in my estimation, you would be down a major piece for this season.
Do you feel like, Chris, as this hold-in has been going on, I almost feel like maybe there's different types of hold-ins? Like, I wonder if some players around the league, their hold-in is more about, like, let me make things as uncomfortable as possible. Like, let me make this awkward, like, kind of help push the team into doing something. Whereas the Cook one, I don't know, McDermott doesn't come off as it being that way. Allen doesn't. I think Bean maybe is let down, but just by the fact that he had a streak going of, like, never having something like this happen, and this is the first time. But he's doing the mental stuff. McDermott said he's doing walkthrough stuff. You feel like with Cook, it's just more about I'm not putting my body at risk than it's I'm trying to make things uncomfortable?
Yeah, I would probably agree with that if you forced me to make a choice. It's kind of like James said, it's business. I don't think he likes business getting in the way of him doing his job, because he's wired a certain way, which is what made him so attractive to the Bills in the first place. He's all about the work and putting the work in, competing and excelling. He's cut from the same cloth as a lot of the other players on this roster. And that's why he's got so much respect in the front office and amongst the coaching staff, because he does his work. He's quiet as kept, and he excels on the field. It's hard to be disappointed in that. And business has kind of compromised, I think, his own personal work ethic. So I'm sure he's not loving it, but I think he knows, or at least he believes, this is the step he has to take to try to get to a place contract-wise where he'll be satisfied.
Final preseason game at Highmark. A lot of special moments, and a special Kids Day, right? Like that's the kind of thing where it is a preseason game, but we were saying earlier, Chris, like you never know. The secondary market, the cheapest ticket to this game is $28, which is kind of unheard of in the preseason. So you might have an eager crowd because you never know who's going to be at that Highmark Stadium for the last time.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of last times this year, right? It's I guess if there was ever a year to be nostalgic each and every week, it's probably this season. So I think a lot of people are going to be taking a lot of long looks, around the stadium, whether they get there for one game, 2 games, whether they're season ticket members, whatever it is, they're going to be taking long looks around when they're in that building because they know that they're going to have to take their snapshots then because there won't be another time.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris, and have a good game on Saturday. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, good to talk to you guys.
All right, Chris Brown, he's got the call, of course, with Eric Wood on the Bills preseason opener against the Giants. That'll be tomorrow at 1 o'clock. It's going to be hot.
It also will be, I'm trying to think, how different, because I pass it more often than a lot. How different for someone that hasn't seen the stadium project since the end of last season, how different is it going to look? How different does the outside look right now? The inside is, I think, the amount of work on the inside is nuts.
The outside looks different in that if you hadn't seen it when the canopy was up before.
Yeah, okay, right.
The canopy is the finishing kind of piece of like, whoa, all right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The shell's not on it yet on the outside, but that's I think that's soon.
That's right. The wind is not yet confused.
Although, like, Allen said it in that Hard Knocks clip, like, that he couldn't really, they were talking about how, like, they couldn't really feel it. We even had that a little bit, I think, when we were there.
That's before the wind confusion stuff is even put on the outside.
Right, just by, like, the way the stadium is turned, and there's
that's a full.
What did Pagula say in the thing? We scienced it?
Yeah. Right.
They scienced it.
Good.
So
Shedeur Sanders is playing in the preseason opener for the Browns. There are games tonight, too. So if you're looking for preseason action, there were 3 last night, and there are games tonight. Yeah. I might have to get back on my Falcons. I think I'm back in on my Falcons.
Falcons?
Our Falcons.
I don't know if I want to.
You don't have enough Falcon shares? I've got enough.
I don't know that I have Darnell Mooney in like one dynasty league, and that might be it. I'm not saying I don't want Bijan Robinson. I just have never been bad enough to get Bijan Robinson.
Yeah. Wow, look at you dropping. I've never been bad enough.
What?
Wow.
How do you get Bijan Robinson? How do you get McDavid? You gotta be terrible.
You win a lottery. That's what I did. I won a lottery to get Bijan Robinson.
What was your season like before that?
You
didn't come from 10, did you?
No, I had 2 picks in the top 4.
Okay, so you traded for those picks.
No, one of them was mine. And
there you go.
The other one was a lottery.
There you go. I've never been down there.
No,
that's how you get them.
Look at you.
I don't have any Drake London. That's a guy I'd like because you could have got him over the years.
Is Michael Penix going to play tonight? No. Remember they said that neither quarterback was going to play. No Cousins and no Michael Penix in their preseason opener. I think that came out earlier in the week. So no Michael Penix tonight, which I'd like to see. I didn't see enough of him last year.
And no Cousins?
No Cousins.
That means, hold on a second. Does that mean, is he still there? Let me check the depth chart. No. I thought Peterman was there. He was with them at some point in the offseason, but he's no longer on the roster, I guess.
Yeah. Neither plays tonight. Neither of those 2 plays tonight. So
it's Easton Stick, it looks like.
All right. Easton Stick gets his moment. Tonight, it's Detroit, Atlanta, Cleveland, Carolina that you will see Shedeur Sanders, and Washington and New England. And I will see if Drake May has played or will play, what the Patriots have said about that.
I have to find them. Maybe Peterman might be on the Falcons. ESPN says he's Atlanta Falcons quarterback. So
you're supposed to know this as the number one Peterman follower.
It's incredible. It's been incredible to me that he's still in the league at 30. Imagine that. After the 5 interception game, if I told you he's gonna be in the league until he's 30. He's not listed on their official rosters. I don't know what ESPN's doing.
All right, when we get back, we got a fun game to play, a call to catch up on, and I'll tell you what Mike Vrabel said about whether or not Drake May will play tonight. Because, get an eye on the competition, see if he's going to play tonight against Washington. Jeremy and Joe here on a Football Friday on WGR. Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in like a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
they might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. You know, the listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card. X factors. Uncertain, potential stock risers, potential party crashers. How's that?
Potential party crashers.
Yeah, the party crashers. That's the Bengals, the Broncos, the Chargers. Am I out?
Some would say, I would not say, but some would say the Steelers.
All right,
probably for
fine.
that.
If I gave it to you, that's fine.
The Patriots,
like the Patriots, sure. Throw them in the bucket. The second bucket of teams that's, to varying degrees, who's going to be the next team that rises into the group fighting for the AFC? And man, the Chargers took a big hit on that yesterday with Rashawn Slater. Like that's just huge. It's massive. And the Bengals are out here trying to start fast. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters, what about, like, Terrell Bernard has been missing time.
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters or most of the starters?
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing. I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all,
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
What is the best thing?
The good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual on Monday. Like even if it was Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically. No James Cook at practice for the Bills yesterday. It was after Sean McDermott said earlier, right before practice, that he expected Cook to be on the field. He was not. Preseason game number 1 tomorrow for the Bills against the New York Giants. No Josh Allen. Starters until probably about the end of the first quarter, according to McDermott. Nothing on the Giants other than the Jackson Dart will play tomorrow. They have a interesting quarterback room for tomorrow. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, Jackson Dart, and Tommy DeVito. Anthony Richardson got injured last night for the Colts in the preseason, took a big hit, and dislocated his pinky finger, is not expected to miss a lot of time. Jared Verse injured for the Rams at Rams practice yesterday. He banged his knee, and there was no update after practice on his status. Hollywood Brown still not practicing for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's been dealing with an ankle injury. No timeline according to Andy Reid for him. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Being a student athlete is tough. A student athlete at the Ivy Leagues, even tougher. You were a student athlete at Brown and also was a tutor in calculus. Why did you choose to do that?
Well, Ivy League doesn't do scholarship, and I needed some beer money. So it was a great way for me to, calculus was something that I understood. Teammates needed help getting ready for exams, and I was broke. So that was easy solution.
Yeah, that math makes sense to me.
It's Carl Jones with Michael Hoyt. You'll hear the rest of that as part of Buffalo Kickoff Live on Channel 4 before the preseason opener. Snagged that from Carl's Twitter feed. So he had a conversation with Michael Hoyt. And again, you can see that as part of Buffalo Kickoff Live. The other reason I snagged that is because I needed Michael Hoyt. Calculus is where I tapped out on math.
Calculus?
No. Tapped out. When it comes to math, my career with math, I was, good to go, everything. 5-star prospect, then I got to the show. Calculus being the show.
Yeah.
And it's like, no. You know what? Not only, for whatever reason, I'm a senior in high school when you get to calculus, right? It's just, you know what? It's not for me.
Yeah.
My math career ends right here.
Interesting.
Yeah. I would never say someone was bad at math. I'd say I was good at math. And then, you know what? This is where you start to learn the formulas that people write on the boards in science fiction movies to do time travel. And I you know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to be just fine. I'll go do something else.
The thing that made it tough for me was I was taking another math class while taking calculus.
Yeah.
Stats. It was just some stats class.
Statistics.
Statistical techniques and something. Yeah. I don't remember.
All about expected goals per 60 and things like that.
Yeah, of course. Right. Yeah.
Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550.
Speaking of numbers, very quickly, you want a very quick golf thing that I invented in my own mind yesterday that I think should be employed?
I do want that. First, I want to say Mike Vrabel says, because I teased this going to the break, what Mike Vrabel said about Drake May, that all healthy players should expect to play a little bit. He doesn't know how much, so tonight I think you will see a little bit of Drake May. I don't know how much.
Does that mean they're going to put Diggs on the field?
All healthy players should expect to play. That's what he said.
Wouldn't that be nuts, though? The guy tore his ACL last November.
He's ready.
To his credit, he's back and practicing. No sleeve even. But what do you need to put? That would be.
He's ready.
Sketchy, I think, to put Diggs out there. So handicaps in golf, we're all accustomed to that, right? You're playing a match, you're playing a best ball match or whatever.
Yep.
There's a lot of this in other facets of life. How about a dynamic handicap as your round is going on? Because, hey, we were playing with Adam Krautwurst, who we bring on to talk fantasy sometimes, and he's like a 20, 19 or 20. And he was playing really well. It's like, you're playing like a 13 right here. It's like, if you're playing like a 13, on that day, shouldn't you be a 13? For maybe for every par you get, you lose one on your handicap. We have dynamic ticketing in the world, right? We have a bunch of stuff. Dynamic handicaps. During golf matches.
That would only hurt players who are like a 20, though.
No, if you are, it could go the other way.
I'm a 2.
You're an 11. You're an 11, right?
Okay.
You're having a horrible day. Can't hit the golf ball at all. Starts
Sure.
going up. Yeah. It's like, oh, by hole 9, we revisit this after the 9. Like, Jeremy's like a 16 the rest of the way. Because that's how the day's going. You don't like it?
No.
I think it's good.
No. I'm thinking about the scratch player who watches, he has one bogey, and you're going to, oh, no, you're not a 2 anymore. Now you bogey to the easiest hole.
Uh-huh.
Now you're a 3.9.
I mean, it wouldn't change on one hole, maybe.
You just said that you change it on one hole for a par.
That's right. Yeah, but a bogey, okay, you're right, because he'd be a scratch golfer, you're saying.
I don't know.
With a bogey.
Isn't that supposed to be built into the handicap? Isn't it supposed to get your range of
the other thing
best day to
is,
your
so
worst
Joe,
day?
you did commit a cardinal sin. You played with someone that said that you said they're a 5 handicap, and you think they're not a 5. But the reality is, when it comes to golf, the number of times you're supposed to actually look like your handicap is 20% of the time. Less than that.
Because a lot of times you look better and a lot of times you look worse.
Handicap is supposed to be your demonstrated ability, not what you are at your best.
So should we have tier-based handicaps? We do have that. That's like what tournaments are, right?
Yeah,
With
they
flights.
do that. Flights, yeah.
But like in the numbers, I mean.
But your handicap, you're not supposed to play. If you think you're a 10, you're not supposed to play like a 10 all the time. You're supposed to often play worse than that. Most of the time.
Yeah.
It's how good can you be?
Mm-hmm. This would eliminate sandbagging, though.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Is it a golf epidemic? You don't think it would it would make it better for sure?
You sound like someone trying to stop tanking with the gold plan now. The thing about which I think is just brutal. But I don't have a solution for you.
Like, hey, buddy, you're 17 and you're 2 under on the front 9.
You're playing great.
So guess what's happened? Your handicap because of that is now moved up to a 6.
Well, we already know that though. That you can discourage sandbagging. There are apps that do that. There are websites that you can search someone's rounds and then say like, okay, obviously you are a cheater.
But you can't do anything about that during the round, other than calling the guy out. This would just be like, hey, you've played so well on the front that you are now not going to have. You're not getting 2 strokes on 16 now because you played so well on the front.
Right. Maybe at the turn.
Yeah.
The adjustment
That's
at the
all I
turn.
mean. At the turn.
Yeah, I don't really have a well thought out answer for you.
I mean, it's a brand new idea.
It is.
You want to play our little
try
game?
Ooh.
In a minute.
Yeah, in a minute.
Because I had something else I was going to mention here about the preseason. What was it? We teased who's going to play tonight. Drake May.
The Falcons, right? Is that tonight also?
Falcons, no Penix, no Cousins. You said it's Easton Stick.
Easton Stick is going to play for them.
The Falcons and the Lions.
Shadur Sanders tonight against the Panthers. Are we going to see Tet McMillan for Carolina?
And Bryce Young?
I'm getting excited a little bit about Tet McMillan. A lot of good reviews from camp and chemistry with Bryce Young, and I'm revisiting what he was as a prospect. I never thought about him because the Bills didn't have a shot at him. No. And usually those bigger physical receivers are not my types of guys, but it feels like he's going to be good. He's going to be good.
One thing the preseason is, and whatever, revisiting opening old wounds or revisiting old conversations, it is a time to really confirm your priors. Let's say you had like 3 or 4 guys you loved in the draft. They can be quarterbacks, defensive ends, wide receivers, running backs, and he has a big game in the preseason. You're like, I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew he was going to be a difference maker. I've been talking to you today about Seattle's Torrey Horton, who was a 5th-round pick. But I remember him. The Bills did have him in for a visit, and then he went 4 picks before they picked.
Yeah.
In the 5th round. So I don't know. That's just a guy that I remember us talking about a little bit as like a late pick, 4th round maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And as it kind of played out that way, they go with I keep forgetting the safety's name. Help me remember.
Jordan Hancock.
And then Jackson Hawes are the 2 guys they did get in the 5th round, which is fine. It's kind of like when you have your own, I'll make it fantasy football. You have your own fantasy draft, and you don't get a guy. You're like, yeah, he was a little too pricey for me. And then week 1 in fantasy, he goes for 202 touchdowns. Like, I knew it. I should have done it. But anyway, Torrey Horton had a couple of catches last night for Seattle. He's getting positive reviews. He's one of the players the Bills had in for a visit. Isaac Tesla was another one. He went like 3 picks before the Bills in the 4th round.
He plays tonight too?
He plays for the Lions, had a couple of catches last week. So anyway.
Yep. Lions play tonight.
They had a lot of guys in for visits across many positions, and defensive back was one of those positions as well, like Trey Amos. Are we keeping an eye on him? Because if we go all the way back to Kyer Elam, that was McDuffie goes, and then the Bills take Elam. And you're not mad about that in the moment, but then 3 years later, what is it? Like, oh my God, McDuffie's amazing, and Elam can't play. So, you have your draft crushes, and the preseason is one last chance to kind of flirt with the idea of what they might have been.
Yeah. By the way, very quickly, so we have a minute here. On Elam, do we not care at all what he does in Dallas?
Do not care at all.
Do fans not care at all what he does in Dallas?
Do not care at all.
Because it is camp, so it's like, this is not the same as if it was happening in the regular season.
So far I saw one intercepted pass and one lifted baby from the crowd.
Yeah, like I saw an article yesterday that was like the 3 standouts at Cowboys camp, and he's on the list. Like he's having a great camp. He's going to start for them.
Okay.
It doesn't matter at all to people?
Not at all.
If he becomes a real player in Dallas?
Put it this way. Wyatt Teller does not really matter to me that much. And Wyatt Teller was a guy that...
But he comes up.
Oh, he does come up, but he never really had moments. It was just kind of like, all right, he's out of here, and then he's great. All right, more power to him. Elam...
But he's he's a 5th-round pick, though.
That's
Wyatt
right.
Teller.
Here's one thing about Elam. I'll make a prediction. If he is good, the number one person that will not let you forget about it is you. Because you have been staunch the entire time that the idea that he's bad is oversold.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And I'm not here to fight you on it. Just, I don't care, but I feel like you're going to make me care because you're going to, if he ends up being good for Dallas, you're going to say, he wasn't bad here, and now he's on another team, and now he's good.
Yeah. That kind of was tougher to argue when the AFC Championship looked the way it did.
Right. He wasn't prepared for that, and whatever.
But his numbers over time with the Bills were like in the games.
We're fine.
We're completely fine. He had a bad game against Jacksonville. He had a bad game in the AFC Championship game, and maybe there's like one other, but like otherwise he was fine, totally fine when he was in the games. But they clearly didn't trust him, and they clearly didn't like the type of player he was.
No.
And I think, Dallas might be perfect for him. I've even mentioned that like he wants to take risk. He's also going to hold a lot. And you know what? What did he do in the Pittsburgh playoff game? He did hold. Bad penalty. What did he do in the next play? Makes up for it with a great interception.
Yep.
On a guy that's tough to cover. Remember it was Deontay Johnson he was covering?
Yeah.
So you're probably right. Like, I will think about it, but also because it would be different. It would be unique. What did Steve Tasker tell us last week?
Nobody leaves and has success.
Sean McDermott and the Bills, they do not like the idea of somebody leaving and playing their best football somewhere else. And to be fair, you can't really point to many of those.
Well, I would say half the reason.
Teller maybe.
Half the reason for that might be that they do often re-sign their own, and they're also they get some glow-up picks like your Beasleys and your Browns, where you're taking veterans and putting him with a stud quarterback. And then the other kind of guy that leaves is the guy that is, all due respect, dusty, gone. Cooper, Douglas,
right.
Vaughn, Poyer. Like
they're done with them, there's nothing left in the tank.
They squeeze as much as there is, and then it's time to Mitch Morse, a year from retirement.
Yeah, right.
Tre'Davious White, banged up and done. Now he's back, and they're going to get a little bit more out of him. But that might not always be the case. Daquan Jones, like when he's done here, it's what? Then there are fit conversations. Jordan Phillips, he leaves, he comes back, and when he's done, like they've used them all up. Shaq Lawson, used up, right? It might not be the case on every player, but I feel like you don't see good young talent get away from them.
No. The Teller it's why he is even the only guy I can think of. Right. And he might be the only one.
Yeah, and if Elam is great, I'm not going to worry about it too much.
Yeah.
803-0550. It's a good question, though. It's a good point. We've got a fun game to play. Should we remember some guys, too? We do it on Football Fridays.
We should.
We could remember some guys.
Some Giants?
We could remember some Giants, or we could remember some Bills preseason guys.
That's good, too.
To celebrate the final preseason game at the stadium, which is Saturday. Tomorrow. We'll do something like that. 803-0550 on WGR. All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Friday. Bills preseason opener is tomorrow. 3 games in the league tonight as well. Mike and Tonawanda, quick check-in. Hey, Mike, what's up?
What's going on, guys? So I was happy to be on Facebook yesterday, and a little clip popped up. I don't know when it's from, but it was Nick Wright, and he was talking about how there's only been one quarterback in NFL history that has 7 or more playoff wins without a Super Bowl appearance. And also in the same breath, too, he said there's also only 2 head coaches that have 8 playoff wins or more that hasn't gotten to the Super Bowl, and it was Sean McDermott and another coach. I can't remember the name, but Josh was the other quarterback. So my question is, it's like, I mean, are we going to start to eventually get to a point here where they're on these wrong lists or on these wrong graphics that they show on TV about teams or players that just was good but just couldn't get it done, you know? But I was kind of shocked to hear that, you know, with Josh, because he does have 7 playoff wins, and he's the only one in history with that many wins to not get to the Super Bowl. It's kind of mind-blowing when you think of the history of the league and all the players it's played, you know?
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I think they're on that list. You know, on the list for the wrong reasons. They are good. It's a list of good teams, but on the wrong end of it. I think they're already there.
It's their version of the Bills going to 4 straight Super Bowls and not winning one, isn't it? This shows how incredible you are, and it also is a little bit embarrassing to you, right?
Yep.
It's kind of just the modern version of it.
Yeah, I think they're already kind of there.
Because really, like, I don't think people like that fact. When we had our draft party and ESPN put the graphic up of most wins without reaching the Super Bowl, people booed.
Yeah, I have some trivia that kind of ties in with this. The thing about it that might protect them is that the Ravens have the same thing right now.
Right. I mean, Harbaugh is Lamar only not the answer to that because he's missed more games with injury?
Yeah, but Lamar is the only 2-time MVP to not have a Super Bowl.
Right.
Every other 2-time MVP has a Super Bowl. And if Josh wins the MVP this year, now there are 2 of them. If he doesn't win the, So it's these 2 and McDavid. That's where we're at. 803-0550. We'll remember some preseason Bills. I'll give you that trivia question. Owens created a game, too, for us to have a little fun with based on our Bills Mafia game.
Mm-hmm.
You're on Facebook, Mike. Careful. There's some crazy Bills stories out there that are obviously not true. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right, because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters, what about, like, Terrell Bernard? Has been missing time.
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters?
Jeremy,
or most of the
about Riverfront Auto Sales. The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, vehicles for they're both playing as long as I can remember. Amazingly, and when you go to Riverfront Auto Sales, and you can whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing.
Inventory, you can go to the website.
Feel like I don't RiverfrontAutoSales.com to get to the inventory against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon. Right now, when you purchase, you're going to get a 5-year warranty and a $500 gas card with your purchase of take them out at Riverfront.
I don't want to play them.
Nice peace of mind and a 5-year warranty. Vehicles at Riverfront, of course. What there's there because and
also
all that can happen is
you want
bad
them to
stuff.
track down for you. So 5-year warranty
good
for that,
can come with the preseason.
$500 gas card.
The good
as well.
stuff doesn't matter.
Money
the bad stuff
when you go
wrecks your year.
When you go to Riverfront Auto Sales.
What's
go
the
to their
reward
website,
here,
click on
folks?
Find My Car if you have
and yet
something
Joe
in mind.
Burrow, like
dream car, great,
Jamar Chase to prove a point.
Car, I like to use
the Bengals are doing that for
what
narrative.
kind of car do you need right now?
It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play.
Well, they might believe that
access to a
third
row.
Don't they?
Whatever, probably believe it.
Riverfront.
I bet they believe it. If they don't,
I bet they believe it, and I bet maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have some. The best that could happen is you feel great about something individual
and
on Monday. Like if even if it was Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically.
Joe Goodberry on the Bengals. How big of a lift is it to get the defense to the middle of the pack from where they were?
I think it's a pretty big lift. They're banking on a lot of development. They spent a ton of draft picks on the defensive side. I think this is always the idea that, hey, we're going to pay Joe Burrow, we're going to pay Jamar Chase, hopefully we can pay T. Higgins, and they ended up paying Mike Gesicki and Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, and they just picked up Noah Fant. They're real happy with Chase Brown on the offensive side. But the defense, they've just churned draft picks over there. And they're like, okay, we're going to replace Jesse Bates, we're going to replace DJ Reader, and the list goes on and on. And they just kept spending those picks on the defensive side, and none of them have really taken a step into being really good players. There's been guys that have had flashes, like Cam Taylor-Britt has had flashes, Dax Hill has flashed, Joseph Osai has flashed, but nobody has turned into like, all right, this is a guy that's coming up on an extension at some point. Not a single player has. And I think that's the biggest reason why they let go of Lou Anarumo and brought in Al Golden from Notre Dame, is Golden sold them on the idea that, hey, I can get these guys playing faster and playing better earlier in their careers. And for the Bengals, financially and cap-wise, once you're already paying all those stars on offense, you need these guys to hit on the defensive side. So I think it's a tough ask to say, all right, we need 8 of these guys to hit the ground running this year. It's not going to happen. At best, you get 4. You get half of those guys that you're just trying to plug and hope will become good starters. And if 4 of them do, I think, yeah, they can get to like 16 to 20. It can happen. But I still think it's a tall task for Al Golden and his staff. It's the most interesting part of the team, though. Which of these guys are going to step up? Which of the 8 that they're trying to figure out?
No James Cook at practice for the Bills yesterday. Sean McDermott said before he expects him to practice. He was not there, not even watching on the sidelines. So his hold-in continues. The Bills will have their first preseason game tomorrow, their only home preseason game, which means the final one ever at Highmark Stadium. 1 o'clock kickoff against the New York Giants. The Giants will play Jackson Dart tomorrow. The Bills will not be playing Josh Allen. The rest of the starters will get about a quarter, according to Sean McDermott. All the details from practice yesterday and the upcoming game, again, from Sal on our website, WGR550.com. More preseason action last night. Anthony Richardson injures his finger, taking a big hit against Baltimore. The Bengals played a bunch of their starters. Joe Burrow went 9 of 10, including a long touchdown to Jamar Chase. Jared Verse injured at Rams practice yesterday, dealing with a knee injury. Timeline not determined yet on his injury. Last year's Rookie of the Year. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
That's where he's looking. Throws the slant. Rodgers, touchdown. So Rick Rodgers with a nice inside cut, and Toole looking down the whole way and throws the strike, and you don't get touchdowns much easier than that as the Bills extend their lead.
Former greats of the preseason, Rick Rodgers, Christian Wade, Jeff Toole. These are your Rushmore names, right?
Yes. These are good. These are all good. Joique Bell also was phenomenal for the Bills in the preseason.
Rod Streeter.
Probably the best preseason running back of my lifetime, Joique Bell.
Yeah?
Sure.
Better than Christian Wade?
Christian Wade, tough. It was like 2 plays, and they both went for 40-plus yards.
Just needed more opportunity.
You ever watch back the runs that he had? They were, super impressive. It wasn't just that he ran through an open hole. The one I think actually he doesn't score on, he runs through 2 linebackers and then just hits a gear and runs away from people. So it was how he did it too.
Yeah, it's funny. You remember the Carolina one?
Because the Carolina one to me was more impressive.
Okay,
he didn't score on it.
Okay, because his first ever touch he took for a 65-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Against the Colts.
Yeah,
in Buffalo.
Yeah, and that one maybe was more he hit the hole and then he just ran away from people.
Yeah, he was untouched and really didn't have to make a move, beat the safety to the sideline. It's funny, when I searched Christian Wade, the first video that came up was him scoring in a rugby match.
Okay, well, right.
Yeah. So it turns out he also had,
watch
that career.
If you remember him for the touchdown, look up, it was the Panthers. He played against the Panthers. Look up that play, and it's he looks like Tyreek Hill on the play. The way he's moving, and this is the one he doesn't even score on. To me, that one was way more impressive than the touchdown that he scored on. But that was the one that he went viral for and, probably got famous for.
I got to find this one against the Panthers.
Find it against the Panthers. It's this guy, kick returner, nothing. They tried, right? I don't want to say they didn't try, because there clearly was some athleticism from this guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he just hadn't played football before. But he looked like he did on this play.
Yeah, all I've got is the Colts one so far. I haven't found the Panthers one. So send it out there to the internet.
Let me find it.
You want your instant trivia?
Yes.
I got a little. Why not? It's preseason football. We're hoping guys don't get hurt. It's pretty much the entire goal of the preseason is just don't get hurt. The Colts and the Ravens both lost players last night to injury.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So I mentioned last segment we had a caller about Josh and Lamar. Lamar is one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I thought it was 9 multiple MVPs.
Okay.
But maybe it's only 8. I'll double check this. But he's the only multiple MVP winner without a Super Bowl.
Okay. Only MVP.
He's the only one to have won the
multi
MVP twice or more and not have a Super Bowl. So, question for you is, who are the 2-time winners or more? And the clue is, of course, they all have Super Bowls.
Okay, so multi-MVP with Super Bowls?
Yep.
Okay. Brady.
Correct. 3 MVPs.
Manning.
Yes, correct.
Peyton Manning.
5 MVPs.
Eli did not have multiple MVPs.
He did not.
I don't think he ever had an MVP vote.
Peyton
but
Manning,
go ahead, put him in the Hall of Fame.
Peyton Manning won 5 MVPs. And probably should have won more.
Did?
Yeah.
Probably should have won more.
Probably should have won more.
How many should he have won?
15.
5's a lot. 15. Come on. 15? Although that's a take I don't mind usually, which LeBron should have won 16 MVPs, but he won 4 because they got sick of giving it to him.
Yeah.
Mahomes has
Correct.
2, right?
2 MVPs.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Both times Mahomes won it, Lamar won it the next year.
How okay. But we don't know who wins the year after Allen wins. Montana?
No.
He didn't win multiple MVPs?
He did not.
Really? And he was the GOAT quarterback for a while for people?
Oh, he did. Sorry, Montana, yes.
Okay.
When I said, I feel like a name is missing from this list that I got, and it was Joe Montana.
How many did he win?
2.
He won 2 MVPs.
Yep.
Okay. All right. How about singular? I only need 1 Super Bowl, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Aaron Rodgers.
Correct.
Yeah. How many are there total?
There are 4 left.
4 left.
I found another name that wasn't on this list.
How about Brett Favre? Because didn't he win back-to-back MVPs?
He did.
And he won the Super Bowl. So Brett Favre.
Yep.
Okay.
This list is trash. I found another one.
Bad list?
Yeah. Just keep adding one to your list. There's more.
All right.
Multi-MVPs that have Super Bowls. You have
like
3 left.
Is there going to be a guy from the early, like, did Namath win MVPs? Did Bart Starr win MVPs? Let me come back to that era.
Okay.
How about no Roethlisberger? He doesn't win MVPs. No on Stafford. No on Jalen Hurts. No on Nick Foles.
Yeah, I mean, go way further back. Like, these guys are...
Is Bart Starr right?
No. But, I mean, Nick Foles is definitely not in the conversation.
No, obviously, yeah. Oh, Steve Young?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. 2 MVPs for him?
Mm-hmm. 2 MVPs. Yep.
Okay.
And then 2 more.
Can this be non-quarterbacks?
There is 1 non-quarterback.
Like Emmitt Smith? No, he didn't win MVP, right? Walter Payton?
No running back has won it more than twice other than this guy that won it 3 times.
3-time MVP, won the Super Bowl. He's a running back.
Sorry. He did not win a Super Bowl, so he's not on this list.
Okay.
Now I'm finding where the ESPN...
So wait, that list has a guy that it shouldn't be on the list?
ESPN had this list, and they had something wrong. They missed a guy. Anyway, Jim Brown did not win a Super Bowl. He's a 3-time MVP.
He didn't play in that era.
And same with Johnny Unitas did not win a Super Bowl. So there's that's it. That's the list. You got them all.
Oh, that's it. Okay,
you got them all.
Because I'm like, there's no other. Like, I'm Plunkett, McMahon. Like, these are not quarterbacks that won MVPs.
Right. Basically, what I'm looking.
Kurt Warner was going to be my next guess.
That was sorry. That's the correct answer. I've completely botched this entire trivia.
Yeah. Okay.
What happened was, I found multiple MVP winners. Some of them are not Super Bowl era players. Right. So
sure. Okay.
Like
Unitas.
Jim Brown is not the Super Bowl era. He won 3 MVPs. He did not win a Super Bowl. They didn't have Super Bowls.
Right.
And Johnny Unitas played in Super Bowl 3, right? But a lot of his career is pre-Super Bowl. So I apologize, Friday. What do you want from me?
It was a terrible list.
It was just terribly executed trivia on every level.
We got there, though.
Yeah, the point is...
I don't know if people know who's actually on the list or not right now.
Right, now that we've played it, yeah. Here are the multi-MVP winners that have won Super Bowls.
Here we go.
Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Kurt Warner, Patrick Mahomes. And then Lamar, the only one to not win a Super Bowl. Why? Yeah. This is an easier way to explain why the list stunk. Jim Brown and Johnny Unitas did not either, but they don't really count.
Yep.
So while ESPN said there are 9, I found 11.
Yep.
Anyway, there you go. So it's Lamar. Lamar's the only one with multiple MVPs that did not win a Super Bowl or has not won. And Allen
gets there.
Whoa, careful. You don't want him to get to multiple MVPs and not a Super Bowl. You want him to get to
not a Super Bowl.
You want
we
multiple,
moved on to that.
You want multiple MVP and of course the Super Bowl, or one MVP and the Super Bowl. Now there's a fun question for you. Will this year Will we have the MVP talk the way that we did before?
No chance.
You don't think so?
No chance.
Isn't it going to be the same kind of season where the horse race between the Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens is the same as it maybe always is, and the only thing that's interesting on November 28th is so-and-so made a case for MVP last night?
It's sure, right. I don't think Allen puts the numbers up that are going to be required for it, because I think that what hurt Lamar last year was that he had just won it the year before. I think that hurt him a lot.
So you wouldn't go so far as Bomani Jones claimed that the Josh Allen MVP was a participation trophy.
I don't go that far.
No, he said basically they felt bad that they should have given it to him and they didn't.
And that to me is another part about why I think I don't think Josh. I think he'd have such a hard time being over Lamar as this season's going on from the narrative part of it. That part of why Allen wins, maybe, and what was said a lot from people was, well, he should have won last year. What are people going to say about Lamar this year? Well, he should have won last year. That's going to help him.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
Who do you expect to put up the video game numbers? I'm not saying Josh can't do that, but it's not really in the fabric of their offense. Jackson is going to put up video game numbers. So statistically, he's going to have an advantage. Narrative-wise, he's going to have an advantage. He's going to have the advantage of Allen just won it. So I'm not saying Josh can't, but we can't bet on this stuff in New York State. If we were able to bet on this, I would not bet on Josh Allen this year. I'll bet on him to win another MVP, but I don't think he wins it back-to-back. What would he have to do to win a back-to-back MVP? He has to put up He'd have to put up the numbers Lamar did last year, and then, as we just saw from Lamar, even then he might not get it. 4,100 yards, 41 touchdowns, and 4 picks. Does Allen win MVP?
If they're the 1 seed?
And
yes.
they're the 1 seed.
Yes. Maybe after, now that they've all got one, I understand what you're going for is playing the voters. And
I'm playing the voters,
how
yes.
narratives do matter.
Which is why I kind of hate the MVP.
Now that they all have one, except Burrow, now that they all have one, maybe it kind of resets to what it normally is, which is guy put up monster numbers and his team was the 1 seed. And also, Allen, the Bills didn't change much where you would have added star blue chip players that are going to change the conversation, right? They didn't go out and trade for DK Metcalf. Not that he's necessarily that caliber, but just they're kind of running back the everybody eats. Hey, his receiver core, his tight ends, his backs, they spread it around. He's still the sun in that universe. Whereas Lamar will potentially, again, have people splitting off because they say, well, Derrick Henry.
Right.
They use that
That's
against. Right. So maybe it gets back to normal this year, and the path for Allen to win MVP is just have a great season and be the 1 seed.
Right now, Jackson and Allen are co-favorites.
All right.
And to me, that's not quite nuts. I understand why they are co-favorites. I would not bet Josh this year to win it. Burrow is right behind him. I honestly kind of like that. Because have we thrown this out there very briefly as a question? If the Bengals make the playoffs last year, does Burrow win MVP? Throwing for 5,000 basically and being the only reason they were even not that Josh isn't the only reason and Mahomes and Jackson, but Burrow was he had to do everything for that team. So this year, if they make it, what's the Bengals threshold? Let's assume the defense is going to be bad. We all kind of expect that. They win the division. Is he the MVP? They don't have to be the 1 seed, do they?
I think it's very possible.
They just have to win their division. Maybe for Josh, maybe for Lamar, maybe for Mahomes. You better get the 1 seed. That's important to you. Bengals? No. If you're the 3 seed, but you won the division, Joe Burrow's MVP. I could see that. By the way, nobody that's come up here yet is the guy that I actually have an MVP bet on.
Ooh.
When I was driving through Pennsylvania a couple months ago.
Jaden Daniels?
Nope. Plus 750, Jaden Daniels. He's next after that group, the Big Four.
You placed an MVP bet.
Who did I place an MVP bet on?
I have no idea.
It's quarterback.
It's got to be. Not allowed to be anything else. That's the rule.
The highest odds for a non-quarterback is Barkley. He is behind Rodgers, May, Lawrence, Nix, Stafford, Prescott, Goff, Purdy, Kyler Murray, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, Justin Herbert, Hurts, Daniels, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson. Those are all the quarterbacks before you get to a positional player.
Gotcha. Okay.
You said, did you figure out or think you
know?
No,
I have one more
one more guess?
No, I have one more note to tell you how bad that trivia that I just ran in the earlier part of the segment was. Something else has been learned that makes it even worse. So anyway, who'd you bet?
Dak.
Oh,
I bet Dak.
Good luck.
Defense is going to be bad. It's
Great.
the Cowboys. 2 years ago.
I like him just fine, but good luck.
2 years ago. You want to call me a hater? Call me a hater. When everyone said Josh should have won the MVP, I was saying Dak should have won the MVP. 2 years ago, Prescott should have been the MVP of the league.
803
4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, 9 picks, a bad defense, 12-5. 2 years ago, he was the guy I would have voted for.
Got some calls here, but Sal texted to point out that Unitas won Super Bowl V, but he threw 9 passes and was replaced. So Unitas did win the Super Bowl.
Okay, now it's official.
It's officially the worst trivia we've ever run on the show.
Ever.
However, Sal brings up something that this is delicious to get to before we get to a couple calls here. Imagine the take-pocalypse that would ensue if, like, Jackson got to a Super Bowl, threw 9 passes and got hurt, and the backup won the game.
Oh, my goodness.
Does Lamar have one now? Just imagine for a moment.
Yeah.
Johnny Unitas gets to get away with that in the 70s, whatever, but...
Right, how much of the game does he need to play before it's determined he has one? Right? Like, Carson Wentz doesn't have one. Fair? He owns a ring. He was on the Eagles roster. He played in the regular season. He was not active in the Super Bowl. What if Lamar plays quarter and a half?
Listen...
How much do you got to play?
The take-pocalypse.
How about not before it's like everyone know? How much does he have to play before it's like debate central? Because if he plays one drive, no one's debating it. If he plays 3.5 quarters, he misses one drive.
Maybe nobody's debating it. If he plays one drive and they win on the last second because the backup went in, I could say, they would have won by 10 if Lamar played. That's
okay. Maybe you're right.
The debate?
Maybe the debate will exist there too.
Dave in Buffalo, save us from this this dreaming of a take-pocalypse. Go ahead, Dave. What's up?
Basically, I think that the point of all this is that it's a real paradox because certainly for every team, winning the Super Bowl is what it's all about that 1 year. You have to do that. That's the goal. That's what you're doing. But in the big picture, the fact that someone is a multiple-time MVP who never won the Super Bowl is merely a curiosity and not very important.
Yep.
And I say that because I had the fortune of actually growing up in Chicago, where I've in my wallet had it for 40 years, a diehard Cub fan club card. And we loved the Cubs. And believe me, we spent a century without winning the World Series. But we still were rabid about our team and rabid about our being part of the Cubs and things like that. Then I had the fortune of meeting a lovely girl from Buffalo and moving to Buffalo actually in 1989. And picked up the Bills as my team because my wife required that I do that. And I became an avid Bills fan and went through all these seasons where we made the Super Bowl and didn't make it. But still, I mean, you see the Bills fans and how much they love their team, but they never won the Super Bowl. So the fact that a team doesn't win the Super Bowl, I mean, there are 32 teams. 31 of them don't have bad seasons, aren't horrible. Just one of them happens to win the Super Bowl that year. But in the big picture, it really doesn't matter. When you look back over someone's career, there are, I think, 5 Bills in the Hall of Fame and 6 if Tasker gets in, and they never won it all. In the big picture, it doesn't matter how many Super Bowls you won. It matters for that year. But in the big picture, it's just a curiosity.
Well, to a point, I understand what you're saying. However, people watch because of the belief that they might. And if you took that away... And we always say, like, hey, what if you knew your team was going to win the Super Bowl? Would you want to know? And I always tell you, no. I would never want to know ahead of time. If you were to find out, whatever, a time traveler came and says, like, yo, listen, I've seen it, and the league folds in 2062, and the Bills never take home a championship. Would you still watch? Yeah, some people probably still would. Some would say, why would I do that? I'm after the prize. And, I mean... It's not quite a curiosity. It is the goal. And all the players are playing for that, in addition to playing for money, of course. But, like, to be a competitor and play for the trophy, to play for the top, that's the point. Mm-hmm. That's how you get started in high school football. You play because you love the game, because you want to win. And whatever you're playing golf, you play because you want to win. And, are you a different person if you win? Maybe not. But how you are remembered and how you are defined definitely does change. So,
sure,
your point about 31 teams don't have bad seasons, no doubt about that. Washington had a great season last year. I'm sure they're not mad about it. The Chiefs are not mad about their season they had last year. They didn't win it. Are the Lions mad? No, they're heartbroken because they thought it would be their year. But curiosity is a little too far for me. It's the point. Well, the point is to entertain. I should say that. The number one point is to be entertaining. You're on TV because you're entertaining. The trophy at the end is something we all care about because we're all invested. Yeah. Jerry and Ken more quickly. Go ahead, Jerry.
Quickly. You know how Allen won the MVP last year? Because the year before, Jackson was about the fourth most deserving player to get it. And I don't know. The other thing is when they show you stats and comparing Allen and whoever's case you're making shows you the stats they want to show you. The ratio of passes to touchdowns is nice. All the yard things are nice. But Allen killed him in three categories last year that no one ever mentions, and that's lost fumbles, sacks below expectations, team record. He beat them in all three of those categories, but they're never listed on that side by side. Quickly on the why everybody, the injuries on the receivers, I like it a little bit in that not everybody's going to be able to eat at the beginning, and we're going to force feed some of the guys that we want to know who they are. I think there could be a plus side to some of this.
Maybe. We'll see if everybody's back. I mean, Allen's been feeding Coleman at camp, and we'll see how that goes against, scheming defenses. Mm-hmm. All right, when we get back, I got one thing for you on Coleman that to me will tell you it's a very, is it obscure? It's not a stat you can just look up. One of the chart guys has something that last year I endlessly remember about Coleman, that if it changes this year, it'll be a sign that things are going well. I know it's a chart. It's not complicated. I'll tell you what it is next. Mike in Rochester. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I know everybody's talking about the James Cook thing. I apologize to talk about it, but I know...
no, it's great. I mean, we're into it.
Now, is it physically possible to even take on a contract for what he's asking for? Not even the 15, but even the 11. Last time I looked online, we don't have any... We're over the cap right now. So, I mean, do we have to make some sort of a move to get to cap? And then how would we even factor in getting him a contract if we don't have the money?
Well,
so it's not possible.
No, it's very possible. In fact, if the Bills did it would help their cap. When you sign a contract, you can drop a player's cap hit. The Bills did this with Shakir. Shakir's new contract dropped his number. And Cook's number is about $5 million this year. They signed him to an $11 million extension, rather. His cap hit could drop to $2 million. And they would create room to do it. Rousseau, same thing. It's one of the reasons that when we've talked about this group of guys that they re-signed, that's Bernard, Rousseau, Benford, Shakir, and then Cook was the fifth. Some of those guys didn't have franchise tag leverage because the Bills would never have franchise tagged them. And Cook, I think, is in that department of not having that leverage. The Bills, under no circumstances next year, I don't think, would franchise tag him. They might say they might, but franchise tag means there's no moving around of the cap. The $13 million franchise tag would mean a $13 million cap hit. Whereas if you just signed him to a $13 million extension today, you could toss a void year or two on it and drop the number. I don't exactly know how void years work. Mm-hmm. When Brandon Beane said, there are people out there doing the cap and it's not exactly like that, I thought, that's me. I kind of don't always understand it. I trust some people. But the point is, if they sign Cook, his number could drop. It could do the Bills a favor to get under the cap if, in fact, they still have to make a move. Who's on the final 53 matters for that. They could save $1 million by making but making a quarterback decision to go for Mike White instead of Trubisky. Save $1 million there.
Who can play these positions will become.
Joe Goodberry on the Bengals. How big of a lift is it to get the defense to the middle of the pack from where they were?
I think it's a pretty big lift. They're banking on a lot of development. They spent a ton of draft picks on the defensive side. I think this is always the idea that, hey, we're going to pay Joe Burrow, we're going to pay Jamar Chase, hopefully we can pay T. Higgins, and they ended up paying Mike Gesicki and Orlando Brown Jr. at left tackle, and they just picked up Noah Fant. They're real happy with Chase Brown on the offensive side. But the defense, they've just churned draft picks over there. And they're like, okay, we're going to replace Jesse Bates, we're going to replace DJ Reader, and the list goes on and on. And they just kept spending those picks on the defensive side, and none of them have really taken a step into being really good players. There's been guys that have had flashes, like Cam Taylor-Britt has had flashes, Dax Hill has flashed, Joseph Osai has flashed, but nobody has turned into like, all right, this is a guy that's coming up on an extension at some point. Not a single player has. And I think that's the biggest reason why they let go of Lou Anarumo and brought in Al Golden from Notre Dame, is Golden sold them on the idea that, hey, I can get these guys playing faster and playing better earlier in their careers. And for the Bengals, financially and cap-wise, once you're already paying all those stars on offense, you need these guys to hit on the defensive side. So I think it's a tough ask to say, all right, we need 8 of these guys to hit the ground running this year. It's not going to happen. At best, you get 4. You get half of those guys that you're just trying to plug and hope will become good starters. And if 4 of them do, I think, yeah, they can get to like 16 to 20. It can happen. But I still think it's a tall task for Al Golden and his staff. It's the most interesting part of the team, though. Which of these guys are going to step up? Which of the 8 that they're trying to figure out who can play these positions will become household names for Bengals fans?
Yeah, I talked to Josh like a few days after I got drafted, and he's been somebody who I've really looked up to, and since coming here, just watching a ton of his tape and how he was able to operate Coach Dave's system and whatnot. So it's going to be kind of a surreal feeling to be on the same field with him.
Jackson Dart? That's Jackson Dart. Are we on Dable Allen hug watch or anything like that?
Of course.
So I went to the break and said there's a chart I'd seen about Keon Coleman the last year that I want to see it this year, and that'll tell me how things are going for the Bills. And it can be a little bit more than just Coleman here, and that's double team rate. Last year, one thing that Coleman got a lot of was single coverage. Who are the leaders in the league in double teams? Justin Jefferson gets double teamed the most. Chase actually does not get as much as you would think. But
is that because of Higgins?
Yes, right. So double team rate is partially your own ability as a receiver, partially is there anybody else to worry about? Because if there's nobody else to worry about, we're going to double team that guy. And Coleman getting a ton of single coverage, like that's a good opportunity for him, right? If he starts to make enough plays, and I actually feel like at the start of the season we were seeing teams bet on their guy, and he beat a couple of them, right? He beat Tariq Woolen in Seattle. So will defensive coordinators playing the Bills still roll out and say, I'm going to bet that my guy can blanket that guy And when the ball's up for a contested catch, you got to be in his frame and don't let him make those catches. Don't let him body you, but he's not going to run away from you. If Coleman has signs of success and starts to continue to progress, then maybe that rate jumps up a bit. Then again, the flip side of that could be if Josh Palmer is a good threat on the outside and the other side, then maybe there's less of that. Or if Kincaid pops, whatever. So we'll see. It's just one thing I remember about Coleman last year was, you'll see plenty of stuff on his separation and plenty of this and that, but if you start to get more attention from the defense, the gravity you create is important. And I expect we'll see a good amount of Coleman on tomorrow.
Yeah,
I bet him for a touchdown. I bet they're gonna Yeah, I think they're gonna feed him the ball. Yes,
they're gonna feed Coleman tomorrow.
Yes. The Bills have signed a kicker, Caden Davis.
Okay.
Tyler Bass has been dealing with the pelvic soreness.
Yeah.
Tom Brady will be in Washington for the call of Commanders-Giants Game 1.
Okay.
Right.
Commanders and Giants.
He's back on the broadcasts.
He's back. Sweet.
He's back.
Great. What time's that game? The Bills play at night, so I guess I will see some of it.
Sunday, 1 o'clock in New York.
All right, I'll be watching Red Zone. So maybe I'll hear from Brady a little bit.
Caden Davis is the Bills' new kicker.
Okay. Never heard of him. Place filler until Tyler Bass comes back, I would assume?
Yeah. Think so.
The only thing about the Coleman, how is he going? He's going to single coverage. Is he going to get fed by getting open? Or are they feeding him by jump balls? Because one thing that I don't think is even debatable, if you're a defensive coordinator and you're going up against the Bills, what's the play you live with more than any that the Bills like? What's the play the Bills like to do, like the run, that you would like? They could do that all day if they want. If I'm a defensive coordinator, it's you want to throw jump balls to Keon Coleman? Good process to me will be, hey, he's going to catch a couple of them, and he's going to embarrass my corner. I will live with that. Because guess what? He's going to catch 30% of them. I'll live with that. That is not an efficient play for them. They could do it all they want. They could tweet out their videos and how cool it was. Style points. But we don't have 3 judges deciding how cool the play was. I'm trying to win the game. You can throw a jump ball to Keon Coleman the whole day if you want. If he's not getting open against me, I'm never changing out of that if I'm a defensive coordinator.
Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Joe. First off, I wanted to say thank you very much. I appreciate you guys for covering the training camp. You guys did a great job. Everybody at WGR 550, Sal, always enjoy listening to you guys. Yesterday, I wanted to chime in. You guys were talking about the stars aligning and perfect scenario. And I had thought about it, and I was thinking either it could go vice versa, but it would be Buffalo playing Kansas City in the divisional, take them out, and then we go to the AFC Championship game and we get the Ravens and we take them out and we go to the Super Bowl. Both teams, I would love to face, and then just shut everybody up and then win the Super Bowl. That's the way I see my stars aligning.
All right, thanks, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Personally, I personally, in a perfect world, would love a playoff run that doesn't include Baltimore this year. Give me 1 seed, nothing in week 1. Decide what you want in week 2, and then the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship. That's my stars aligning, and not even just for like the storyline of it, right? Like beating them to go to the Super Bowl, but also I think the Ravens are better than the Chiefs.
At the risk of being boring, and I might change on this like day to day, I don't really think about ideal roads. If you want to say, would rather play this team than that team because this team looks like an easier match, sure. But, who do you want to beat to go to the Super Bowl? Don't care.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I think it's more likely. I think it's more likely today, before they've played a snap this season, that it's more likely the Bills would beat the Chiefs in a playoff game than they would beat the Ravens. And I know we just saw the opposite of that happen. But I think that's right now those two teams going into the season. It also might be like the Bills could beat both of them.
Yeah, 803-0550. So Owen put together a game for us based on our conversation yesterday. Yesterday we brought to light to some of you out there that maybe you're on Facebook, maybe you're not. There are some AI slop-generated pages that just feed Bill stories with quotes that are not real, that are so hilariously bad. And then you click and read the comments, and it's like, yeah, Terry McLaurin said he wants to play for Sean McDermott. It's like, that didn't happen. No. Stop. So anyway, Owen put together a little game, kind of like shades of the Buddy Nix game, where he has created a phony Bills AI story, and he has taken one from the phony Bills AI page. And we are tasked with answering the question, is it AI or OP?
AI or OP?
Yes.
Yep. All right. I'm going to read you these two. They're real short. They're quick.
Yeah, they got to be quick. They're not.
You just got to guess which one I made up and which one was made up
actually appeared on a Bills Moff AI page.
Yeah. I like this bump here.
All right.
I've never seen the movie Tron, but I feel like this is in the movie
Here's
Tron.
number one.
Okay.
Here's number one. Crazy story. Bills megastar Deion Dawkins reportedly considering a career change to become a stunt driver after a Hollywood scout witnessed his drifting skills on the latest episode of Hard Knocks. Okay, so that's our first story. Deion Dawkins is going to go be a drift driver instead of playing for the Bills.
Okay.
Number two, sad news. Bills star Josh Allen has been taken to the hospital after being suspected of being poisoned at the team facility. The coach's shocking announcement has fans praying for him.
Okay. I'm going to go immediately that AI was Josh Allen poisoned, and you made up the Deion Dawkins one. Because in my experience, the AI has to be so ridiculous. So, like, Nick Sirianni found a baby on the side of the road and is raising it. That's one I saw the other day.
There are some, I had to pick one out, like, whichever one of these. I had to, like, I can't do that one. That's so crazy.
I'm with you that I think the Allen one is the AI one. I don't think Owen would have written out Josh Allen to the hospital.
Right, which is not real.
And put that
not
in.
Real.
Not
yes.
real.
Disclaimer, everyone that just tuned in.
It's not real.
This is not real.
The Facebook pages I see would say he's been hospitalized, poisoned by Trubisky. Like, this didn't happen.
Oh, Trubisky. I thought you had, like, the Chiefs doing it.
Maybe,
or something.
sure.
Right.
It would be by Goodell.
Steve Spagnuolo spotted.
Agent. Well, you guys both, your instincts are correct.
Okay.
I made up the Deion Dawkins drifting thing.
Okay.
The pictures associated with the Josh Allen in the hospital.
I can't imagine.
We went over it yesterday where he paid off the student loan debt of the entire 2018 Wyoming college class. He didn't do that, I don't think. Yeah. But the pictures that came with it were quite incredible.
It's really something. And my mind has been racing all day just thinking of these insane stories I'm going to give you guys instead of these AI ones. This is going to be a fun bit. So, step one today.
I'm gonna find a couple new ones today. Let's see what came up today, because it's just, I'm sorry, I don't know how. Hey, ready? Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
There's a picture. It's Tomlin and Josh. Shock. Josh Allen rejects any contract. Even if it was $500 million, I would still be loyal to the Bills. Immediately, the Steelers coach responded to the rejection with 6 powerful words. The idea, like, the Steelers offered Josh $500 million. Not real.
This is our good deed to just everyone be aware. These stories are out there. They are fake.
Yeah, it is about awareness.
It's serious. It's a problem.
I'm now seeing the pictures of the hospitalized. It's just the worst, man.
I'm not opening. I refuse.
It's honestly crazy. It really is.
Yeah. Anyway. The internet. It's less useful than it used to be. Well, maybe that's not true. Maybe more useful.
It's more useful, but harder to figure out how to use it, I think, in the right way.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just generally terrible.
Too much of it is just made to trick people.
Yeah.
Is basically, that's what's happening these days.
803-0550, our phone number.
I do have one other thing I'm watching for tomorrow. Little thing. Before the game, even. Although, so I guess watching on TV, maybe I'll walk to Twitter to see if you get any pickup of this. So you mentioned like Josh and Dable are going to hug, right? That there's going to be a watch of that.
Maybe the hug is less so because now Josh has got Joe Brady.
Right.
It's not quite the same as last time he was here. That he had Dorsey.
Right, crisp handshake.
Last time Dable was here for a visit with the Giants, it was Dorsey, and Josh was like talking about low positive and inside his head about how to.
Yeah.
Maybe there might be tools he still uses, but we were all freaking out, and then they were down 6-0 to the Giants at halftime.
Yeah. Right. That's right.
And then would they win 9-6 or something? It was bad. 13-9.
Yeah, it was
maybe 13-9.
13-9 sounds right.
So anyway, right now Dable's the one that's going to give the bigger hug.
That's right.
Please don't leave. Please don't let them put Jackson Dart in this game.
But either way, they're close, right? They love each other or whatever.
Yep.
They go back. I'm not as curious about their interaction. I'm curious if we get a McDermott-Dable interaction at all.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we don't.
Handshake.
Cordial conversation.
Bro hug. Shoulder tap.
Anything like that. Because if we get that, I'm going to be...
Oh, yeah, I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do.
What I'm looking for... looking for any sign.
Did you send me this email this week? Because I got this email.
Oh, you did?
I got this email this week.
I didn't send you this email.
Okay.
I'm looking for any sign that Sean McDermott, if Joe Brady goes off this next summer, which is very possible, and gets a head coach job somewhere, I want to see any sign that McDermott would run it back with Brian Dable. Because I know Josh would.
Are you sure?
I think. From the way they talk about each other, I don't know. It feels like that would be, if he was available, and most expect that's very possible, the Giants, he's the favorite right now to be the first coach fired. If he gets fired by the Giants and Joe Brady gets a head coaching job, I think it's very likely Josh Allen's going to want him. But is McDermott okay with that? McDermott has loosened up into the media in the last couple of years. Has he done that in the building too? Like, what would that be like now? Maybe it would be different than it was then. And if your quarterback wants to do it, does that even matter? Would it be, I'll figure out a way to work with them because this is what you want, and you're Josh Allen, and you're the guy?
No.
You got this email?
Somebody emailed me this exact question.
Interesting.
Yeah. You got a burner account or something?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
I'm just making sure.
No.
Are there burner emails? No. Burners are only referred to as like social media accounts.
I bet they're used. You don't really need a burner email, I don't think, unless your email has your name in it.
True. All right.
Yeah.
Extendo Sports in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. I mean, if we're going down the list of who's important, everybody but Josh is going to see action. Maybe not James Cook, and maybe not Spencer Brown, right? Because of him coming back a little bit late. We'll see about him.
That's why I wonder, like, the starters, what about, like, Terrell Bernard has been missing time.
Yeah, I feel like he should not play.
He's on the list. Is Milano on the list? Is Trey White on the list? Like, I wonder where, like, starters, does that mean all the starters or most of the starters?
The story on both Milano and Trey White, as you pointed out yesterday with Sal, is that they're both playing amazingly, and whatever, especially with Milano, how fast he's playing, I feel like I don't think he needs to get to full speed against the Giants on a Saturday afternoon.
No.
So that's a guy that's been injured a lot the last 2 seasons. Take him out. I don't want to play him.
Right.
It all makes me nervous. It's all,
I'd be fine.
Because all that can happen is bad stuff. What good can come of the preseason?
What is the best thing?
The good stuff doesn't matter. The bad stuff wrecks your year. What's the reward here, folks? And yet here's Joe Burrow playing and throwing darts to Jamar Chase to prove a point. The Bengals are doing that for narrative. Right. It's not a big enough sample to say it's because he doesn't play in the preseason. There are plenty of guys that don't play in the preseason.
Well, they might believe that's costing them, don't they?
They probably believe it. I bet they believe it.
I bet they believe it, and I bet, maybe they think they'll have more confidence going in to the regular season if they've lit up backups in the preseason, which, they're off to a good start on that. I mean, you could have the best that could happen is you feel great about something individual on Monday. Like even if it was Trubisky, if Keon Coleman comes out and catches 5 passes and one's a long one and the other is a touchdown and he jumps over a guy making a catch, how are you going to feel on Monday? How's everyone going to feel on Monday? Like, oh, Coleman, let's go. It might not even be meaningful, but it'll be about, it's like another episode of Hard Knocks.
Right.
This is just meant to make you feel good, basically.
Cincinnati is probably one of the wild card teams. I don't mean that in like a wild card spot.
Although probably.
Yeah,
right.
they might be where they land. But they're a true wild card team. The listed teams below Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. There are a couple in there that I would use as wild card teams. Again, maybe I should use a different phrase because they are wild card. X factors. Uncertain, potential stock risers, potential party crashers. How's that?
Potential party crashers.
Yeah, the party crashers. That's the Bengals, the Broncos, the Chargers. Am I out?
Some would say, I would not say, but some would say the Steelers.
All right,
probably for
fine.
that.
If I gave it to you, that's fine.
The Patriots,
like the Patriots, sure. Throw them in the bucket. The second bucket of teams that's to varying degrees, who's going to be the next team that rises into the group fighting for the AFC? And man, the Chargers took a big hit on that yesterday with Rashawn Slater. Like that's just huge. It's massive. And the Bengals are out here trying to start fast. Feeling good about his dislocated pinky. Caleb Williams will not play in the Bears preseason opener.
Okay. Fine.
What else? Preseason news and notes as we close things out.
How much of it will you actually watch? Like non-Bills game.
Oh.
Well, even Bills game, I guess.
Bills game, all of it.
What about the others?
I mean,
1 o'clock on a Saturday. Although it's gonna be hot.
I might want to see some Shedeur Sanders.
I'm sure I am not the only person. I have zero interest in him. Ever. At all. Like, I don't care about the debate about whether they're setting him up to fail. I don't care about where he got drafted. I don't care about where he ended up. He was fun to watch in college. I don't know.
Well,
there's nothing there that makes me think he's ever going to be great. So why do I really have to care?
I'm going to watch because I know that he'll be a take machine, and I feel like I should have one.
But I don't even know he's the fourth string quarterback.
Okay.
Like, should I have a take about Tommy DeVito?
He is the fourth string quarterback for the Giants.
Is his agent going to be in town tomorrow?
It's a great question.
He was at Bill's training camp last year.
Yep.
We saw him.
We're back Monday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy preseason game number 1 with the Bills and Giants tomorrow here on WGR.